Greetings, planet Earth. I am back once again with another chapter of this very neat Paper Mario fanfic, Paper Mario: The Temple of the Sun. It's been a little bit since we read Chapter 5, but fortunately, going forward, we should be able to finish this fanfiction sometime this month. Maybe. I don't know. It depends on my schedule. Though I do have the idea that, like, if I have like a story to read or a fan fiction or whatever, I may make that like a regular thing on Fridays, since I feel it's like fitting, right? You know, ahead of time mods, it's like that's on Mondays, so it's like mod for Mondays, and for fan fiction on Fridays, it's like you know, fan fiction or just fiction in general, and we have Fridays, fictional Fridays. That could work, unless I read like non-fiction stuff. Ooh. But yeah, let's just get right into the story. Let me minimize this window. Right. All right. Let me see. That's all good. All right. Let me get on stream. Welcome back. All right. So last time in the previous story, a whole location was poisoned, and one of our like reoccurring antagonist characters turns out to be the good guy in the end, and now she's our next partner, and now we're in chapter 5, which is about, well, no, not chapter 5. We're done with chapter 5. This is the post chapter stuff. All right, so let's just go ahead and read. Oh, and hold on. Here's my mouse. There you go. Viney Valley, 2 o'clock a.m. When Mario arrived back at the village with everyone else, he was completely amazed at what he found. It couldn't have been more than half an hour since they've destroyed the factory, yet Viney Valley was already visibly recovered. How convenient. The flowers were all becoming bright and healthy, the grass was full and green, as opposed to red. And even the people who had been sick before were all looking better. The villagers were all gazing around in complete awe at the unexplained transformation that was coming over their home. Finally, the village was back to the breathtaking and beautiful place it was supposed to be. Mario decided there must really have been something magical to this place after all. Oh my goodness, Maisie breathed, looking around in reverence. I'm back. I'm really back. It's been such a long time. Unfortunately, the mood was quickly ruined. Hey, is that... It is! It's Maisie! Oh no! Mario groaned. A bunch of angry-looking villagers had suddenly caught sight of them, momentarily forgetting about the miracle happening around them and glaring at Maisie. What do you think you're doing here? A toad snapped as they all began marching purposely over to her. That's what this toad sounds like. You dare show yourself here again? Haven't you caused us enough pain? Mario was about to come to her defense, but Stubba beat him to it. Hey, you leave her alone, he snapped, stepping defensively in front of her and causing all the villagers to stop in surprise. She's not a bad guy. Yeah, your jerk of a mayor was the one behind all this, not her, Hannard agreed angrily. The villagers all stared at them. What? What are you talking about? The toad demanded. Guys, you might not believe this, but Maisie was framed for everything, Mario spoke up. Bobbin was the one poisoning the river, and he's gone. The villagers all glanced at each other, wondering what to make of this. Maisie, are they telling the truth? The toad finally snapped. Defend yourself. But Maisie wasn't even listening to him. She wasn't paying attention to any of them. Her worried gaze was traveling across the village as she desperately searched for something, the most important thing in the world. And then she saw him. Oh no! Oh, Damien! And she shoved the toad out of the way and ran over to him. Completely dumbfounded, Mario and the other partners quickly followed after her. He was lying in a completely different place than he'd been in Dayside. No wonder they hadn't seen him there. Maisie raced over to where her son was, lying unconscious against a moss-covered log. Unlike the others who had been sick before, he didn't look any better. In fact, Mario couldn't even tell if he was breathing. Hello, Katie, cutie, how's it going? I'm currently reading Paper Mario: The Temple of the Sun, an old Paper Mario fanfiction, and I'm currently on chapter 6. I hope you're doing good. You can just sit back and relax and hear me narrate the story. We're close to the end of this fanfiction. I think we only had like 2 series of chapters left, so yeah, we're making good progress. In fact, Mario couldn't even tell if he was breathing. Were they too late? Oh, Damien! Maisie sobbed, crouching down next to him. Damien! Damien! Please! I'm so sorry! Mario and the others stood back and watched, all looking horrified and silently pleading for it to not to be true. With all the mother's tenderness, Maisie reached out and brushed Damien's wilting petals out of his face as the frightened tears fell from her eyes. There were no words she could say in the face of something like this. All she could do was whisper his name over and over, as though she were begging. It wasn't the first miracle Mario had ever seen, but it was the one he would always remember. Wait, what? It wasn't the first miracle Mario had ever seen, but it was the one he would always remember. Like the death of a child is a miracle? Or am I misunderstanding? Damien suddenly groaned and screwed up his face, and with some effort, he opened his eyes. Wait. Oh, so was that in response to this next sentence? That's kind of weird. Maisie's hand flew to her mouth as he stared up at her, looking very confused. Oh, Damien! Damien! She cried, and then she completely broke down. She threw her arms around him and pulled him in close to her, absolutely bawling, and there was no force in the world that could have made her let go. Mom? Damien stammered. He quickly returned the hug, but he was looking very bewildered. You were gone for a long time, weren't you? He looked up at her. I think I was really sick. I don't remember very much. Maisie finally drew back from him a little so she could gaze into his eyes. Oh, Damien, don't worry about it. You're all right now. We both are. She sat there holding him for a long time, and while she didn't say anything, the one time she glanced up at Mario, her eyes very clearly said to him, "Thank you." What a sweet moment. Naturally, the group ended up staying in Viney Valley for a while after that. Mario wanted to make sure the village was really back on its feet before they left, and he still felt he had to convince the rest of the villagers that Maisie had been innocent, as if a reunion with Damien hadn't been proof enough. I do like that, actually. Like, it's not as simple as, oh, here's a very convenient, heartwarming scene that proves the villagers wrong. Like, it still requires a bit of convincing. And of course, he didn't want to pull the two of them apart just yet. So he and his other partners ended up telling the village everything that had happened to them in the factory, clearing the matter up once and for all. Fidela and Paulina backed them up, and Damien came to his mother's defense, insisting that there was no way she would ever do what they were accusing her of. It took a while, but finally everyone was convinced of their story, and of course they all apologized to Maisie very profusely. She was surprisingly good-natured about it, but Mario supposed that was just who she was. Hey Mario! Dulio called him over a few hours later, while everyone in the group had been off relaxing on their own. Don't you think while we're waiting, we should set those Lumas free? The star pedestal's right over there. Oh yeah, that's right. The fanfiction has to remind us that this is trying to be a video game here. Nice thinking, Dulia. I completely forgot about that. I completely forgot about that. Poor Mario. Bad memory moments. Mario agreed, walking over to the pedestal. Gosh, we sure got a lot, don't we? He summoned the rest of his team over and then brought Maisie forward. She looked very confused and astonished when he explained what was about to happen, and she watched in amazement as he placed one of the Lumas on the pedestal and it began to twirl around, engulfing her in a stream of brilliant sparkles. Maisie was upgraded to Super Rank. She could now use Pollen Storm to make all enemies daisy. Oh my, that was something. She laughed after the Luma had vanished. Mario, you really are full of surprises, aren't you? Oh, you. Yeah, and that's not the end of it either. Mario said with a grin, pulling out the shiny red Ultra Stone from his pocket. With this thing, we can upgrade each of you guys another time, and we still got 2 more Lumas. Nice. He turned to his first 2 partners. Goublade, Hanner, you guys up for it? Hanner cheered like a little kid and dashed forward while Goublade trudged up much more slowly. Mario pulled out the last 2 Lumas from his pocket and placed them on the pedestal one after the other. In return, Goublade and Hanner each got upgraded a second time, this time feeling even more powerful. Goublade was upgraded to Ultra Rank. He could now use Intimidate to prevent enemies from fleeing. Hanner was upgraded to Ultra Rank. She could now use Volt Hammer to attack all enemies with an electric blast. Awesome, awesome, awesome! Hanner cheered and spun around, while Goublade looked like he didn't care one bit. Oh man, I can't wait to bust some heads now! Thanks, Mario! Man, I can't believe Hanner is falling deeper and deeper into the path of violence. Let me drink water. Whoa, everybody on this team have been working so hard, it's the least I could do for you guys. Mario chuckled. Man, now I want to get upgraded too, Stubba pouted. The partners spent a while longer exploring the village while Mario made the final arrangements with the more important villagers, making sure they could handle things without the mayor. Finally, there was nothing keeping them from heading back to Saluna Town, and once again, Mario found one of his partners forced to sadly say goodbye to someone they loved. Wait, Mom, I don't get it, Damien protested as they were preparing to go. Why do you have to leave again? Is there something going on? No, Damien, everything's fine, Maisie promised him. It's just, Mario needs me to come along with him for a while. He's taking care of some very important things. But don't worry, I'm not leaving you like that again. Not ever. Hanner and Julia both awed at that, while Damien frowned. Come on, Mom, you're embarrassing me. Oh, honey, it's my job to embarrass you, said Maisie, kissing him on the forehead. And so finally, as Mario's team set off down the river and headed back the way they had come, Maisie found herself bidding farewell to Viney Valley for a second time, but this time with hopes much higher than they had been the last. They hadn't been walking along the river for more than a few minutes when she saw it. Something caught Maisie's attention from out of the very corner of her eye, and she turned around. No one else noticed them, but she did. There were 3 very familiar piranhas. Not normal, not putrid, but normal, not putrid, and regular size, frolicking on the opposite side of the river, looking happy and carefree as ever. You gonna be alright, Maisie? Mario asked, as she saw her staring off at something with wide eyes. She quickly turned and smiled at him. I think I am, Mario, she said. For once, I really think I am. Ah. So it provides some, like, resolution on those 3 polluted piranha plants. That's cool. I would say that, like, I am getting kind of tired of parts like these where it's like they have to have the characters do like video game stuff, like let's upgrade ourselves and yada yada. Like to me, it's like this is just like one aspect of the story's video game framing device that I'm not really a fan of, because it kind of just leads to a lot more like repetitive writing. So, you know, I'm not really a fan of that. Saluna Town, 12 o'clock noon. As the team emerged from the town sewers and found themselves back at Saluna Town proper, Mario let out a deep sigh of relief. The town was finally back to normal. Everyone's water was running properly, and the panic that had been engulfing the citizens was gone. In fact, everyone seemed to be celebrating the fact that the town was safe and sound again. Well, that's one crisis averted, the plumber decided. Now we just need to worry about the megalomaniacal Lord of Nighttime, and everything will be great. This is not how Mario would talk, sorry to say. Just like Julia had been, Maisie was beyond delighted to return to the daytime world after so long. Mario supposed it had been even worse for her, being a flower who basically needed the sun to be healthy. She was in such a state of euphoria as she skirted around town that it finally took the combined efforts of Mario and Hanner to pull her over to Rodolfo's house. Okay. Oh, Mario, you're safe! Peach cried the instant they walked through the tower, racing over and squeezing the life out of him. Luigi and Toadsworth and I have been all so worried. Don't ever scare us like that again. Right. Sure thing. Mario managed to choke out through Peach, crushing his ribs. And from the recent look of things, all the water in the Saluda town is back to normal, said Rodolfo, striding up to them with a big smile on his face. I can only assume this means your excursion was a success? It sure was. Man, do we have a story for you guys. So after telling Rodolfo and the others all about their journey to the Poison Factory and what they had learned while they were there, Mario finally settled down to hear from Peach about where the final Sun Soul was being hidden. Oh, this is a final one. Okay. I'm actually curious what's gonna happen with Chapter 7 if they have all of them. It better not be as big a pain as the last one. Gwynplaine grunted. Oh, I don't think it will be, Peach said with a smile. Mario, you never guessed where the Dust Soul is being hidden. The Seashell Hotel. Doesn't that sound wonderful? Mario looked at her blankly. The where? Peach frowned. Honestly, Mario, how can we chat about all these fun places if you haven't heard of any of them? Jeez, Peach. Can you really blame him for not knowing, like, everything before coming into a location? Ah, the Seashell Hotel, you say? Rodolfo mused. Quite an interesting choice. It certainly is the destination of all those who vacation at Palmy Balmy Beach. Palmy Balmy Beach. That's a great name. Dulia beamed. That place sounds like fun. Well, it is a resort after all. I should hope it is, the Dugan agreed, unfurling the map over the table and pointing out the one region of the country that Mario had yet to visit. Its main feature was miles and miles of sandy coastline bordered by the ocean. Who's talking? Oh, I guess it's Rodolfo. Yes, I do believe Palmy Balmy Beach is right over here. I suppose it was only a matter of time before you all went there. It's a 5-star resort, the #1 vacation spot for tourists. Mario started frowning. A beach resort? Why, did he feel like he heard someone talk about that place before? Oh well, it probably didn't matter. So, hang on, let me get this straight, he cut in. The second to last Sun Soul was hidden inside an incredibly toxic and destructive factory that nearly killed all of us. And the last Sun Soul was hidden in a hotel on a beach? His team all exchanged looks. I guess the Darkstriders were running out of ideas, Hannah said with a lame shrug. Well, it's nothing to be complaining about, Rodolfo said decisively, rolling the map back up. After all, there certainly isn't much danger that could arise from relaxing on a fancy beach. I dare say you've all earned a good vacation from all the hard work you've been doing. I guess it will be an awful nice break, huh? Snatchel chuckled. No fighting baddies this time or nothing. Oh, I wish it were that simple, Mario sighed. But if my adventures have taught me anything, it's that things that should be simple never are. Not even riding on a train. And let's not forget what happened the last time we tried to vacation on a beach, added Toadsworth. Oh, sunshine reference. Ian Flynn is happy. Also, what's going on with this spot right here? Looking amused at some memory, Master Mario, do try not to get arrested this time, won't you? Okay, can we all shut up now? Gwynplaine cut in, looking exasperated. Jeez, you guys gotta run your mouth off every time we come here. Let's just get out of here already. Mario frowned at him. Well, Gwynplaine, before we do anything, we're going to have to figure out how we're getting to this beach. Not to mention how we're ever getting inside that hotel. It sounds expensive. That's a very good point, Rodolfo sighed, looking pensive. The Seashell Hotel caters to an extremely inclusive clientele. Frankly, I doubt you have the money or the status to be accepted in there. If only there was some way to... Crash. Rodolfo frowned deeply. Must I constantly be interrupted mid-exposition? Mario was so startled, he nearly jumped out of his chair. What was that? He and his partners immediately raced outside, where the crash had come from. They weren't exactly prepared for what was waiting for them out there. Why is there a beach van parked in the middle of the street? Sure enough, standing in the street right outside the door was a bright blue beach van decked out with all sorts of weird decals, and with a surfboard strapped to the roof. It was earning a bunch of weird looks from everyone passing by, but Mario's attention was caught more by the apparent drivers of the van. Hang on, guys. Look who it is! Much to his surprise, crowded around the van and wearing expressions of concern were none other than the self-proclaimed famous Bumpty Borders, or 4 of them at least. They immediately looked up to saw Mario. "Whoa, dude, it's the Mario dude!" cheered Brody, waddling up to the plumber excitedly along with the others. "What a most unexpected coincidence! Long time no see, dude!" "Oh, great. Just great." Gooblain moaned to himself, looking mortified. "Good to see you guys again," Mario said with a grin. "But hey, aren't you missing somebody? Where's Ferdinand?" "Oh, Ferdy's totally off taking one for the team, man," said Shayla. Somebody had to stay behind to make sure we didn't miss out on the event of the century." "Bing? Dudes, it's only the grand reopening of the most bodacious joint on the whole beach. The Seashell Hotel," Nico exulted, waving his arms around for the dramatic effect. "We just gotta be there, man." Mario blinked. "Whoa, hang on. You guys are going to the Seashell Hotel on Palmy Palmy Beach?" "Now that's just contrived," Hater griped. "Aw, dudes, of course we're going to the Seashell Hotel," Kane chuckled. "We hang there all the time. It's the only establishment righteous enough for us righteous Bumpty Borders. If you dudes and dudettes are headed there too, we'll totally be down with giving you a lift. Only, if we can't fix up Kalena here soon," Broly petted the van, "we'll be beached here and miss the whole thing. Totally aggro." Dula was crouched down in front of the van, assessing it with a concerned look. "Gosh, what happened to this thing? It looks really banged up." Brody shook his head sadly. "We had a most untubular accident, man. We hit a spiny in the road a ways back, and now it looks like Kalene's down a tire." Mario got a good look at the van as well. You're right. You guys have got a flat. Looks pretty bad too." Gooblain rolled his eyes. "Big deal. Why don't we just get Circus Freak here to turn into a spare?" he snorted, shoving Dulia in the side. The Duplicos turned away from the van and glared at him. "Hey, that's not funny." "Gooblain, we don't endanger each other's lives on this team," Mario said impatiently. "Well, anyway, it can't be too hard to find a spare tire around here, right, Rodolfo? God, like, these characters have so much fucking patience with Gooblain. Like, Gooblain has been such an ass throughout this whole adventure. Drinking water. Ugh. Rodolfo and the others had joined Mario's team outside while this had been going on, but the Dugan looked a little disheartened at Mario's question. Well, Mario, I'm afraid Luna Town doesn't deal extensively in automobiles," he admitted. Oh wait, that's Dugan, sorry. "There is one place in town that may be able to help, but it's very shady from what I can tell you. And there was one other small problem." "What?" "Finding it." Mario deflated. "Oh. Damn." I kind of like the fact that they point out how contrived it is that, like, here's a beach van that conveniently takes them to the Palmy Balmy Beach. Like, in this one instance, it is actually, like, pretty on point for, like, Mario's storytelling to go in this direction, you know? Like, as long as that's, you know, it's not treated seriously, so it's like, it's whatever. Although, I will say that, like, I am definitely noticing that, like, this story has kind of, like, this 2010s quirk of trying to be self-aware about these weird things that are happening. Like, oh, wow, how convenient that this happened. Which, you know, I guess that was just, like, the vibe back then. Like, it was just fun to point out something that's being strange, but I don't know. I kind of like it more when, like, the strange things are treated earnestly, I guess. But maybe it's just me being, like, tired of that kind of observational quips thing by 2020, considering how, like, played out that is. But yeah, let's keep reading. Alright. So, they all went off by themselves and thoroughly explored the town in search of the mysterious establishment Rodolfo had mentioned. Mario wasn't able to cover much ground on his own, though, since most of the more well-hidden areas of town required the abilities of one of his partners to reach. He looked up and down the alleys and all over the main market square, but he had no luck. Mario! Mario, look! Came Stubba's voice a few minutes later. Mario turned to find a little clubber racing over to him, looking very excited about something. Did you find a tire, Stubba? But look what I did find! With an eager grin on his face, he pulled out another Luma. Can I get upgraded too, Mario? Please? Mario looked a little dumbfounded before chuckling. Well, when he asked so nicely, how could I say no? As they walked over to the star pedestal in the center of town, Mario couldn't help but notice one of the benches surrounding it was completely broken. He briefly wondered about it, but quickly shrugged it off as he placed the Luma on the pedestal and upgraded Stubba a second time. I wonder if that's relevant for later. Stubba was upgraded to Ultra Rank. He can now use Shockwave to confuse all enemies and flip shelled enemies. After the delighted Stubba scampered off, Mario kept on looking for the tire, but was no more successful than he'd been before. He started to lose his patience, but as he was walking down a narrow alley on the edge of town, that quickly changed. And what? I feel like that's a kind of a weirdly written sentence. Incoming! Mario started. What the? Yow! He cried as someone suddenly crashed into him, sending him flipping into the air and landing back on the ground with a painful thud. You come back here, you filthy miscreants! Give me back my property! Came an unpleasant sounding voice. Mario groaned and lifted his head up in time to see a very shady, dark-skinned man with a long crooked nose and brown robes come racing past the alley, missing his pursuers entirely. Okay, what is going on here? Mario demanded, turning to find that the ones who crashed into him were none other than Snatchel and Maisie. Much to Mario's surprise, the sheriff was gripping a tire in his hands, exactly the kind they were looking for. Sorry about that, Mario, he sighed. We were kinda in a hurry to get away from that creepy fella with that big nose. Yeah, we ended up fighting that shop. I'm fairly certain it's not legal, Maisie said frankly. Anyway, we somehow got his hands on that tire, and he wasn't about to part with it for any sum of money, so... You saw it? Mario finished with a grin. Maisie just shrugged. Well, our sheriff here is much better at stealing than he lets on. Well, heck, he probably stole it first. Besides, which one of us disabled that dang alarm system? I reckon you're in as deep as I am, Snatcher retorted, giving her a mischievous look. Yes, you two are a couple of real criminal masterminds, said Mario, giving them a wink. Now let's get this thing back to the van. The group quickly regrouped back in front of the van, which was still sitting in the middle of the street and causing a bit of an inconvenience. The bumpy boarders were absolutely thrilled when Mario brought the tire over to them and wasted no time putting it in place. Dudes, Kalena, she lives again, man! Brody cried joyfully once they were finished. We're totally making record timage back to Palmy Bobby Beach now! Nobody wipes out the bumpy boarders! Bumpy boarders forever! They all cheered, hip bumping and high-fiving on around. Mario, said Peach, who was standing next to the plumber, it seems to me that most of the people you meet on these adventures are, well, a little odd. Rude? What the fuck, Peach? That's putting it lightly, Mario grumbled. Rude? What the fuck, Mario? Hey, fellow dudes and donuts, climb aboard, said Shyla, and Mario turned to see that the bumpties were already piling into the van. This party van is on schedule for surfage and sandage, man. Okay, I'll see you later, Peach, said the plumber, giving her hand a quick squeeze before heading over to the van with his partners. Somehow they all managed to squeeze into the backseat area, although it wasn't exactly comfortable. Have fun, Mario, Peach cried, waving to him as the bumpy boarders all cheered and started the van up. Mario quickly waved back as they pulled out of the park position and finally headed down the street to the southeastern exit of Saluna Town. Mario sighed and leaned back in his seat. He was certainly hoping to have fun on the beach, but he knew better than to get his hopes up too high. His life was never, ever that simple. Damn. Author's notes. I love Maisie, and our penguin buddies too. Hope you guys didn't forget about them. Also, what are your thoughts on the new Paper Mario 3DS trailer? I'm a little worried about the lack of partners. Oh, oh God. Damn. That, yeah, just as a reminder to people watching, whether on Twitch or YouTube, this fanfiction was written like before and around Paper Mario Sticker Star was announced and released. So like, yeah, like it's interesting looking back on this, and this part right here, it's just like, oh, you don't even know, author. But yeah, that's the end of the post chapter stuff. I'm gonna take let me go through this here. Okay, yeah, it's quite a lot. So I'm gonna take a short break, and then I'll come back to reading here. I just need to get a drink of water and stuff. So yeah, I'll be back very shortly. Alright, I'm back. Am I? Oh, here I am. I don't know why I disappeared. But okay, so let's get started on Chapter 6 proper, which, looking at the chapter tab, which none of you can see, there's 5 parts to this chapter, as usual. So yeah, it's gonna be a long stream, so sit back and relax. Alright, Chapter 6, A Hostile Takeover, Pommy Bommy Beach, 4 o'clock p.m. Mario, Mario, Mario! Wake up, wake up, wake up! Huh? What? Mario muttered, blinking his eyes open and then yelping as the van suddenly jerked to a stop, sending him lurching forward. It took him a moment to realize Stubba had just shaken him awake. We here, Mario? Look! The little clubber cheered, pointing out the window. We sure are, little dude. Brody chuckled from the driver's seat. Last stop, Pommy Bommy Beach, dudes. All those who are disembarking, do so now, man. Alright, we finally made it, said Hanner, throwing the door open and jumping out. Everyone else piled out after her, and Mario finally got a good look around. Pommy Bommy Beach was very wide and very, very long. For as far as Mario could see, the pure white sandy coastline stretched along the ocean shore. The beach was absolutely flooded with people, whether they were swimming, lounging on the sand, or running and playing. The ocean was a beautiful bluish-green hue, with white-capped waves that continuously crashed onto the shore. The air was filled with not only excited voices, but strains of Caribbean music as well. "Oh wow, this place looks like so much fun!" Dulia laughed eagerly, racing off a little ways to get a good look at the place. "I sure wish Benny and Jen were here for this." "You're telling me? A sunset beach and a fancy hotel? Why couldn't all the Sun Souls get hidden in places like this?" Hannah agreed, looking around right along with her. Mario had to agree as well. Or else. This place looked fantastic, especially considering the last place had to go. "Well, we'll catch you later, dudes," said Shayla, waving Mario's party off along with the other Bumpty boarders. "We got some major surfing to catch up on, but we totally hope to see you dudes around." "What? No, hang on, I'm pretty sure your van's illegally parked," said Snatchel, pointing at it. Everyone looked at him. "What? Just doing my job." Mario rolled his eyes and smiles. "I think I'll be fine, Snatchel. This place looks pretty laid back," he said, quickly ducking as he was nearly hit in the head with a frisbee. That is it, bro. Well, we'll see you dudes. Enjoy your stay," said Nico, and the Bumpties all took off as Mario's team waved goodbye. "Alright, well, first things first. Let's look up for the hotel, huh?" said Mario once they were gone. "Yeah, which one is it? There's tons of them," Gooblain griped. Mario's spirits fell as he realized that Goomba was right. Just as the beach lined the ocean, so was there an entire row of fancy-looking hotels lining the back end of the beach, though in front of them was a row of palm trees strung along with Christmas lights. Christmas exists in the Mario universe. We now know this. Also, it's actually very fitting because it's December. Oh my god. Mario had no idea what the Seashell Hotel looked like. It could be any of them. Well, this might be a problem. We should probably should have asked those guys for directions. The Goomba snorted. "You think?" "Well, I imagine we're probably looking for the biggest and fanciest one of all. Isn't that how Rodolfo described it?" Mesa said hopefully. "Yeah, I suppose he did. Well, we won't find it just standing here. Let's head out." At this time and place, the sun was hanging low in the sky and casting long shadows on the beach, but none of the vacationers seemed to mind. It was still the perfect beach temperature, enough so that Mario had to wipe away the sweat from his forehead before too long. As he walked along, his partners, particularly the younger ones, were racing off in every direction, leaving erratic trails of footprints in the sand as they eagerly explored their latest destination. Except Gooblain, of course. Even in a place like this, he still found a way to be as grouchy as ever. "I could see why Peach was so excited about coming here," Mario said a little while later as Hannah, Stubba, and Dulia were all crowded inside a cabana and buying ice cream cones. "Yeah, it sure is crowded though," Snatcher remarked, fanning himself with his hat. "I don't reckon we'd be getting a lot of privacy." He was right, of course. Not only was the beach jam-packed with people, the ocean was filled with surfers performing all sorts of miraculous stunts. But there was only one who caught Mario's attention. "Is that... Hey, it is!" He raced up to the shoreline and waved his arms over his head. "Ferdinand! Hey, over here!" Sure enough, riding through a huge barrel at that very moment was unmistakably the leader of the Bumpy Boarders himself. He immediately caught sight of Mario and the others on the shore, and with a delighted look, he turned on a dime and rode right over to them, setting up a spray as he did. "Whoa, look who it is!" he cheered as he hopped off his board. "Mario dude, and other dudes, I can't believe I'm catching you here, man." "Yeah, we missed you too. It's been a while, isn't it?" Mario said with a smile, while Hannah and Stubba eagerly crowded around to say hi to him too. Dulia, Snatchel, and Macy, who never met this Bumpty, just stood back and looked confused. "Hey, I say it has. What brings you dudes over here?" "Well, actually, your friends actually just gave us a ride here. Hope that's alright." "Have you been, Ferdy? Did you guys open up that surf shop yet?" asked Hannah. Afraid not, dudes," Ferdinand sighed. "The entrepreneurial business can be most untubular at times. But hey, we can talk later, dudes. You're on the most epic beach in the whole world right now. Why don't you all join me on a most awesome boarding excursion?" Maisie gave a slight smile and shook her head. I'm sorry, honey, but this isn't a vacation. We're here strictly on business. Oh, I get it. Still doing this world-saving thing, huh, dudes? Right on, right on. Hey, man, did you ever make it to Golden Spur Ranch all right? Mario blinked. Oh, yeah, we sure did. Dude, I still can't figure out why you ever want to go there, said Ferdinand, shaking his head. Like I said, man, it's all sand and no surf. Snatchel didn't look happy to hear that. Excuse me there, partner, he said, stepping forward and prodding Ferdinand in the chest. But I happen to be the sheriff of Golden Spur Ranch. Show a little respect. Ferdinand blinked. Whoa, seriously? My condolences, dude. You ever consider a different vacation? Damn. Maisie and Hannah quickly grabbed Snatcher by either arm before he could do anything rash, while Mario hastily took back the rein of the conversation. Well, anyway, Ferdinand, now that you're here, maybe you could help us out. See, we're actually headed over to the Seashell Hotel. Do you think you could give us directions? Why, it would be my pleasure, most noblest of dudes. The Bumpty agreed enthusiastically. The Seashell Hotel is way down the other end of the beach. Just keep going this way, you can't miss it, man. I should warn you though, it's Mondo exclusive over there. Not just any dudes could get in. Mario frowned. Oh man, that's right. I forgot all about that. Oh, but they have to let us in. We're saving the world, Stubba said fervently. Unfortunately, I think most people are going to be a little disinclined to believe something like that, Hannah sighed. Ferdinand noticed how concerned they all looked, and that made him concerned. He obviously didn't know the details of why they had to get to the hotel so badly, but far be it from him to ignore a dude as all-around righteous as Mario when he was in need. That's what the narrator is saying. Wow. Well, hey dudes, if it's that important to you, you just tell him the Bumpty Border sent you, he said importantly, puffing out his chest. We ain't hang at that place all the time. If the dudes in there know you chill with us, they would be totally down with you guys sticking around. Guaranteed, man. Mario quickly brightened up. Really? You do that for us? Sure. We're all brohams, right? Besides, you dudes be just in time for the grand reopening. Grand reopening? Oh yeah, the other guys mentioned that, the plumber mused for a moment. So why was it closed in the first place? Oh, you know, man, renovations and all that, the Bumpty said excitedly, making a vague hand gesture. I mean, that place was cool enough already, but word is that after this, it's gonna be the most bodacious joint you ever saw. Everybody's gonna be there. Huh. You don't say. Why was hearing this making Mario feel a little wary? Hang on just a minute. Oh, it's actually kind of funny that they're saying Mario feeling a little wary and we have this sinister music playing. Let's see. He gestured for all his partners to gather in close so nobody could hear her. Did you guys hear that? Sounds like this reopening is a really big deal. You don't think it's got anything to do with the Darkstriders hiding the Sun Soul there, don't you? He whispered. Dulia just cocked her head like she always did when she was confused or thinking. Why would that matter? All they'll try to do is keep it away from us, aren't they? Yeah, but on the other hand, if they added a bunch more stuff, it would just make it harder for us to find our way around here, said Hannah. Plus, there'll be a ton of people in there. They could get in our way. Macy frowned warily, and if they added it onto this hotel, who says the Darkstriders haven't also added something to give us trouble? Mario finally just shook his head. Well, we'll never know unless we head over there and see for ourselves. We made it this far, after all. I believe in this team. His partners all nodded in agreement, and that seemed to be the end of that. Satisfied with the decision, they broke out of their huddle. Alright, we'll keep all that in mind. Thanks, Ferdinand. Mario blinked in surprise as he saw the Bumpty was gone. Ferdinand? Where'd he go? I think he's over there, said Dulia, pointing at the ocean. Far off in the distance was an enormous, almost vertical white cap, and they could just barely make out a Bumpty grinning down on its board. Gnarly! That feller has no direction in life, Snatchel muttered. Damn. I'm already appreciating the more lighter tone that this chapter is going for. Like the last couple of chapters were kind of heavy, so it's kind of nice to have like, you know, this is chapter 6, and like usually chapter 6 of Paper Mario games are usually the more like low-key chapters. So outside of like Super Paper Mario, but yeah, this is neat. More water. Alright, let's keep reading. Following Ferdinand's directions, the group continued off down the beach in search of the hotel. Although they ran into several additional distractions such as a juice bar, a surfboard rental, Mario had to very firmly tell Stubba no, and a live band consisting of a group of piantas playing the steel drums and saxophone. It was quite a while before they finally arrived at the very far end of the beach, and unsurprisingly, the sun was lower still in the sky at this point. But all of that was pushed out of Mario's mind the minute he laid eyes on the Seashell Hotel. Whoa, I think I see it, Mario, Hannah said in awe. Yep, me too, Mario agreed, and they all raced over to it in excitement. There was only one building it could possibly be, by far the biggest one of the whole beach. It was dozens of stories high, with a very sleek and modern-looking design, covered largely in blue-green colored glass windows. Through the windows, they could see a fancy glass elevator positioned in the front center of the hotel and traveling up and down, giving its riders a view of the whole beach. There were all manners of palm trees and umbrellas surrounding the place. Mario craned his head up to stare at it. Wow, Peach wasn't lying. This place is even bigger than the castle. Probably fancier too. Who the heck needs a dump this huge anyway? Goopling grumbled, not looking impressed. I gotta agree, this place is a little too fancy for my liking, Snatcho admitted. We're all pretty simple folks back at home, you know. Oh, come on guys, give it a chance. This will be fun, Hannah giggled. And anyway, we won't be here for long. Just wait, just until we find the Sun Soul. Mario nodded a little absent-mindedly. Seeing the hotel like this was quite a thrill, but now he was actually starting to worry a little. He assumed the Sun Soul would be relatively easy to find, but the sheer size of this place was making him reconsider. There must have been an infinite number of places it could have been hidden. Not only that, but they also had a guardian to find, and the beach wasn't exactly low on people. Well, I guess we better head on in and get a look around, huh? He finally said, deciding worrying wouldn't get them anywhere. With varying degrees of enthusiasm, his partners followed after him as they walked on over. There were already dozens of people gathered outside and forming a crowd, but Mario's team worked their way around them until they finally arrived at the huge, fancy front doors that pushed them open. Mario could have done that thing in like the 1,000-year door where he just like uses this hammer to clear out crowds. Anyway. Seashell Hotel, main lobby, 5 o'clock p.m. Whoa! Stubba said the moment they were inside. Whoa is right, Hannah agreed. Mario was now almost positive that this was the fanciest building he had ever been in. There were intricate crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, and enormous and expensive-looking carpets covering the marble floor where they were standing, and potted plants at every corner of the room. In the middle of the floor was a solid gold foundation in the shape of a trio of Cheep Cheeps. Mario also realized after a moment that there was a string quartet playing somewhere in the background. Not only that, but it was extremely crowded. There was a ton of people standing around, all of them looking around and chatting in excitement. Hey, you guys got a reservation? Asked a bored-looking Noki receptionist sitting at the front desk. Oh nice, I got Nokis. Huh? Mario and the others noticed her. She was resting her head in her hand and seemed to be working on a piece of bubble gum. Well actually, we're not staying here. We just wanted to get a look around. I'm sorry, but the Seashell Hotel is currently only open to those who have already made a reservation. The receptionist droned. Sounded like she had to say it multiple times already today. I have to ask you to wait outside. Well, hang on. We just talked to Ferdinand. Instead of we just say his name, we could... The large pink bubble that the receptionist had been blowing abruptly popped. Ferdinand? She squealed in delight. You mean you guys are actually friends with that surfing stud muffin? Mario blinked slowly. Stud muffin? That changes everything. You guys can stay here as long as you want. She swooned. Oh, and next time you see him, tell him the Sile says hi, okay? Uh, yeah, sure, said Mario, getting a little uncomfortable. Come on, guys, let's wait over here, he muttered, quickly leading his partners away. Well, that was weird. No, I say it's pretty much par for the course at this point, Mario muttered. Now, remember to be on your guard, guys. Do you see anything suspicious around here? They all glanced surreptitiously around the lobby, but there was nothing to be seen except the other vacationers standing around. Everything looks okay, Mario, Steppa finally said, shaking his head. Mario sighed. Well, there must be something. The Darkstriders wouldn't let us in this easily. No one got to say anything else before another voice suddenly spoke up. Hello, everyone. So glad you could all make it. Everyone in the crowd turned around and saw a large, pompous-looking bulky Bob-omb standing in front of the main desk. He had on a top hat that was much too small for him and was somehow holding onto a gold-handled cane. Now then, I am the manager of the Seashell Hotel, and I am pleased to welcome you all to the highly anticipated, highly exclusive reopening of this grand establishment. Everyone in the crowd started clapping, and Mario's party quickly took it as a signal to do the same. As they clapped, Mario suddenly noticed all 5 Humpty Bumpty boarders squeezing in through the front door and gathering around in the back of the crowd. The plumber gave them a wink, and they waved back. As I'm sure you know, the Seashell Hotel is among the largest and most famous in all Chronoside, the manager went on, and an amazing 30 stories tall. It includes such features as an indoor pool, multiple bars, a music lounge, and fine cuisine from all parts of the world. A bunch of oohs and ahs came from the audience. Goublain rolled his eyes. And of course, you lovely people all have the great honor of being the very first to stay at our newly improved and renovated hotel, the manager concluded. And so, it is my great honor to welcome each and every one of you to... Stop right there. Here's a very familiar voice. That was a wonderful little speech, but I'm afraid it ends now. Mario's team instantly tensed up. No! Mario groaned as everyone else in the room suddenly crowded together in fear, looking for the source of the disembodied voice. Not Mario, though. He knew what was coming. Suddenly, a plume of choking black smoke came rising up from in front of the fountain, and out stepped Jaff, Pell, and Nob, looking more serious and dangerous than ever before. The vacationers gasped in fright. You! Mario snarled at them, clenching his fists, like he's shaking his fists. Maisie's eyes widened in recognition. Them again? Well, Mario, why am I not surprised to see you here already? Jaff sneered as he and the others strode forward, the vacationers fearfully edging out of their way. You always did have the annoying habit of being one step ahead of us. But that ends now. The Dust Soul will never be yours. The manager stared at them, looking more confused and frightened. Wait a minute. Who are all of you exactly? No one's allowed in here without a reservation. Lucille? Is that how you pronounce it? I'll go with Lucille. Lucille called over listlessly, earning several exasperated glares. Jaff turned to glare at the manager. All you need to know is that we are servants of King Shroud, ruler of Chronoside, he growled threateningly. And I'm afraid your use has ended. This hotel is now under our management. Oh, get real, Mario shouted, marching forward with his partners closely flanking him. All the vacationers stared at him, having no idea what was unfolding before them. How many times do we have to do this? We beat you three before, and we'll do it again. But all Jaff did in response was turn to Mario with a wicked grin. Why, Mario, what on earth makes you think it's just the 3 of us? Mario quickly grew pale. Jaff threw back his head and shouted, Darkstriders, attack! And just like that, the entire lobby seemed to erupt in smoke. All the vacationers started screaming and running around in a panic as the black fumes completely enveloped them, shouting something about a bomb going off. But no, it wasn't a bomb. Mario realized with a horrible chill. It was Darkstriders, dozens of them, appearing out of thin air from every direction and scampering all over the lobby, claws bared, capturing the hapless vacationers before they could do a thing. Holy cow! Hannah cried while Dulia gave a yelp of surprise. What's going on? Mario stammered as he backed into a corner, any possibility of a fight quickly removed from his mind. He hadn't even known there were this many Darkstriders. There is no way they could fight against a number like this. What is the meaning of this? The manager shouted amid the total chaos, only for Peronov to grab him and drag him off. Lucio shrieked and ducked under the desk, but within moments she had been captured as well. Dude, this is totally not righteous! Ferdinand cried as he and the other bumpy boarders tried to run out of the room, only for 3 Darkstriders to leap in their way. Oh, I guess they're just there then. Okay. Mario's partners were clearly the only ones who stood a chance. They valiantly tried to fight back against the army of Darkstriders bearing down on them and tearing up the lobby, but they were vastly outnumbered. There was nothing they could do. This is pointless. We're gonna lose, Goublanche snarled. Mario, partner, I'm thinking we better skedaddle, Snatchel said in a panic. I know, Mario shouted. He quickly ducked down and plowed through the mass of black and blue, swinging his hammer and knocking away all the Darkstriders in his path. All his partners managed to break off from the fight and follow after him, and everyone raced toward the entrance as fast as they possibly could. Hannah was screaming and flailing her arms, which wasn't helping much. Finally, they came bursting out of the front doors and scrambled back onto the beach, only slowing to a stop when they were a very safe distance away from the hotel, and they realized nobody was chasing after them. Is everybody here? Mario asked worriedly once he caught his breath. He quickly did a head count of his partners, then sighed in relief. Thank goodness, we all made it. We all made it? But what about everybody else? Cried Dulia. The others turned around and quickly realized what she meant. Inside the hotel, it had fallen eerily silent, and no one else had come outside. They were standing alone on the beach. Mario, sweetheart, I think we're the only ones who made it out safely, Maisie said fretfully. We have to go back there and help the others. What? Go back? Why the heck would we do something that stupid? Goublanche snapped at her. He immediately got his answer. All of a sudden, there came a loud crackle of static from the megaphones, situated high up in the outer wall of the hotel, and a tinny sounding of a familiar voice came out of it. Attention, pesky plumber, it shouted. The Darkstriders of the High have taken over the Palmy Bobby Beach. The vacationers are now all permanent guests at one of my 7 seashell hotels. Hannah raised an eyebrow. What did he say? Wait, no. What? The voice sounded confused. No, we only have one hotel, and it's this one. Mario, we're holding the vacationers prisoners at the very top of the floor. If you want to save them, you have to make it all the way up here. And good luck trying to do that. Just wait until you see what we've done with the place. Ha 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 ha. Author's notes. Okay, I know hotels and hostels are not the same thing, but that title was too good to pass up. Yeah. Okay. So, already things are ramping up. I was just saying, like, oh, things are not as heavy as before, and then this happens. Though, to be fair, though, it doesn't seem as, like, bleak as it was before, so, yeah. I'm gonna take another short break and drink some water, so, once again, I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Alright, so let's read part 2. Oh wow, this is a pretty long one. Let's see, how many parts are there left? 3, 4, 5, 6. How about this? I'm thinking I could just like split this chapter into 2 streams, just so I don't go overboard with length and whatnot. It depends on how I'm feeling, of course. But anyway, author's notes. Sorry if this part feels weird or subpar, but I hope a certain important event that happens here will make up for it. Spoilers! Jeez. Anyway, Seashell Hotel, main lobby, 5 o'clock p.m. Mario and his friends crept back into the hotel as quietly and slowly as they could. Mario's heart was pounding, and he was fully aware of his partners cowering behind him as he pushed the door open and stepped inside. He didn't know what he was expecting. An ambush, probably, but he quickly saw that there was nobody. The once pristine lobby was now a complete mess, thanks to their recent struggle, but apart from their little group, it was completely empty. And disturbingly quiet. The only sound came from the flowing water of the fountain. "Where is everybody, Mario?" Stubba asked timidly, holding tightly onto his club. "I think they're up at the very top," the plumber replied softly, gazing up at the ceiling and trying to imagine how far away they were. What had the manager said? Didn't this hotel have 30 stories? And the Darkstriders must have booby-trapped every last one of them. And what were they doing to all those people right this very minute? All those innocent hostages whose only crime was being in a hotel at the same time as Mario. Suddenly, he felt himself flushing hot with rage. He spun around and kicked the wall as hard as he could. His partner stared at him in shock. "Mario, what's the matter?" Mazing asked worriedly. "What do you think is the matter?" He snapped back in a harsher voice than he intended. "All those people up there are being held hostage because of us. This is all our fault." He kicked the wall again. Those Darkstriders, they just won't give up. They don't care who they have to hurt if it means getting in our way, do they? I can't take this anymore. He kept pounding on the wall until finally he grew too tired to go on. Letting out a deep, despairing sigh, he slid to the floor and gazed off miserably. His partners were too frightened to say anything. "It's like everywhere we go, we put people in danger," he groaned, running his fingers through his hair. "No wonder Peach gets kidnapped so much. This whole thing is probably my fault somehow." "Oh, Mario, don't say that," Dulia sighed, stepping up to him. "This isn't your fault. If it weren't for you, the Darkstriders would have gotten away with a lot worse things than this." "Yeah, I mean, think about all the people you've helped since you came here," Hannah persisted. We're gonna help those people too. Those blue jerks aren't gonna get away with this." "The gal's alright, Mario," Snatcher agreed firmly, "but we ain't gonna be helped to nobody. We're just standing here and moping." Mario let out another sigh and looked up at his partners. They were all gazing down expectantly at him, looking concerned and waiting for his reply. Suddenly, he felt incredibly guilty. He wasn't much of a leader if he was the first one to lose it when things get rough. "Yeah, you guys are right," he finally muttered, picking himself up and dusting himself off. "If those guys got captured because of us, then I guess it's our job to get up there and save them." Hannah grinned. "That's the spirit." "We should be quiet, though," he went on, trying to regain some semblance of leadership. "In case there are any Darkstriders around here, we don't want them to know where we are." And suddenly, there came a loud crash from somewhere outside the room. "Too late," he groaned. "What was that?" asked Dulia, turning to face the noise along with the others and looking scared. It sounded like it came from that hallway. By unspoken agreement, the group quickly steered themselves and crept out of the lobby into the adjacent hallway. It was much less fancy than the room they just left, and was obviously only meant for utilities. In fact, they quickly realized the crash had come from inside a broom closet, and even now, there was still rustling and bumping noises coming from behind the locked door. "It must be a Darkstrider trying to get the jump on us," Mario whispered as they all gathered around here. "He's not doing a real good job," Gooblain snorted. The plumber gripped his hammer. "On 3, we break in there, and capture him for crush-sitting," he ordered, and his group nodded. 1, 2, the person in the closet must have heard Mario, because suddenly he spoke. "Wait, please don't hurt me, little blue dudes. I'm totally innocent, man." Mario literally fell over in surprise. "Wait, that's Ferdinand? Hannah cried, racing up to the door and tugging on the knob. Ferdy, it's us! Open up! Huh? Mario dudes? Suddenly, the knob began to turn. The door swung out, and out tumbled Ferdinand, along with oh, hold on. Along with several mops that fell on top of him. What the heck are you doing in there? Goodblaine scoffed at him. Oh, Mario dudes, it is you. What a relief, man. Ferdinand groaned, quickly pulling himself to his feet. I thought you bailed when those blue dudes came in here. I don't know what just happened, but that was a most unawesome experience. Ferdinand, you didn't see what happened to everyone else, did you? Asked Mario. I mean, it's good to see that you're okay, but we're the only ones who made it out there, and now everybody else is gone. The Bumpty lowered his head and looked guilty. Sorry, Mario dude. I totally hoofed it in here as soon as I could, but it sounded like the blue dudes made off with everybody and went to some other floor. He covered his face with his flippers, including the rest of the Bumpty boarders. Oh man, my bros are getting wailed on. What do I do? The Bumpty boarders can't go out like this. Oh no, cried Stubba, who was clearly a big fan of Ferdinand and his friends. Mario, we gotta go save the other guys. They were so nice to us. Okay, calm down everybody, Mario said quickly. Look, Ferdinand, there's something I have to tell you. Those blue guys who kidnapped your friends, they're called Darkstriders. He gazed guiltily at the floor, reluctant to go on. And they came here because of us. I'm sorry, Ferdinand. It's our fault the other Bumpties were taken away. Ferdinand stared at him. Dude, you mean you've been fighting those dudes this whole time? They're trying to take over the world? Mario blinked at his reaction. Well, yes. Oh man, this is even worse than I thought. This is a most heinous act of glacial proportions, he cried, flailing his arms in the air. Well, I can't just chill down here and let those dudes have their way with our world, man. I happen to like living here. You gotta let me help you dudes. Macy looked stunned. You want to come with us? Wait a minute. Aren't you upset? Asked Mario. I mean, we brought all this on you. Ferdinand vehemently shook his head. No way, man. I know a straight-up dude like you would never let this happen on purpose. And like I said, you gotta let me hook up with you. You gotta save the world, and I gotta rescue my bros. Bumpty boarders never leave each other behind. Mario suddenly realized the full implications of what Ferdinand was requesting. Why? If you're sure about this, I suppose you could come with us. It'll definitely be safer for us if we all stay together. What? Snatchel didn't look pleased at all to hear this. Now hang on a minute. Shouldn't we maybe talk about this before we decide on anything? There's nothing to talk about, Snatchel. We need all the help we can get, Mario said firmly before turning back to Ferdinand. Okay, Ferdinand, you stick with us. Yeah, righteous. I won't let you down, man, the Bumpty cheered. The atmosphere lightened up considerably as everyone gathered around and eagerly welcomed their 8th and final party member, except for Snatchel, who was busy banging his head against the wall. Damn. Ferdinand joined Mario's party. Ferdinand is a gnarly Bumpty surfer dude who lives for excitement and jumps on any thrill life throws at him. He can slide along the ground with ease, and Mario can hitch a ride on his back in order to travel faster. That actually sounds really cool. He can even flutter over gaps that are too wide to jump and carry Mario with him. In battle, he can attack an enemy with the defense-piercing Beak Chap, or use Flutter Lift on Mario to protect him from ground-based attacks. Okay, so Ferdinand is the final partner, and I'm assuming he's the final guardian as well. Cool, I guess. You know, I will say that like this is kind of another example where I think the game format of the story kind of weakens the storytelling a bit, because now it's just like, oh, so it totally is this character. Unless the story does something subversive where it's like, oh, actually, Ferdinand is not the actual guardian. Oh no. But I mean, I have to assume that's gonna be the case. Let me get some water. My throat got sore for a moment there. There we go. Seashell Hotel, 2nd floor, 5:02 p.m. After spending a while trying to figure out their first course of action, Mario decided they may as well take advantage of the hotel's amenities while they were on the rescue mission. So after swiping a card key from behind the front desk, the group traveled up the stairs to the second floor and opened up room 201. This is really weird, said Hannah as they all stepped into the room. We're actually staying in here while there's a hostage situation going on? Now guys, this hotel is a really big place, and we still don't know what the Darkstriders have done to it, Mario explained as he flipped the lights on. If we need to split up or if somebody gets hurt, we need some kind of base to come back to, so let's be back in here if we have to. Macy smiled. What a wonderful idea. That's awfully clever of you, Mario. Meanwhile, Stubba eagerly climbed onto one of the huge beds and started jumping on it. Alright, well, let's get down to business. Mario rubbed his hands together. Ferdinand, you've been here before, haven't you? We're going to need somebody who knows their way around this place. You can count on me, man. The Bumpkin gave him a salute. Well, dudes, the totally tricked out thing about this place is that there's something on just about every floor. A pool, a ballroom, they got the works here, man. Yay, that sounds like fun! Stubba cheered as he bounced up and down. Normally it would be, but now it just means there are more places for the Darkstriders to use, Hannah muttered. Well, this is terrific. And that's not all of it, Mario decided. I'm sure they're hiding all over this place and waiting for us. So we're going to have to find them first. We have to flash out each and every one of them and beat them. His partners looked surprised. What? But is that not going to be a waste of time? Asked Julia. I mean, there's still all those people up there. Are you really? And you really think the Darkstriders will let you just barge up there and save them? Mario countered, shaking his head. No way. If I know them, we have to get rid of them all if we even want a chance of getting up there safely. Anyway, it would be best if we could beat them all now so they can all come after us later. Mario has a point, Macy sighed. I'm sure they're not going to let us walk all the way up to the top floor without giving us trouble. They may even be watching us right now. Well, I guess you guys are smarter than you look. Everyone spun around and saw that voice had come from a wicked-looking Darkstrider who was standing in the doorway, flexing his claws and blocking off their escape. Most of the group screamed and jumped backwards, although Snatcher just rolled his eyes and punched him in the face. Okay, let's do it Mario's way, Hannah decided after the Darkstrider had slumped to the ground and burst into smoke. Right, now let's get out of here before more of them come after us. Oh, come on, that was fun, said Snatchel, cracking his knuckles and quickly following after the others as Mario led them out the door. Alright. Taking another sip. God, there's actually a lot to read. Alright, Seashell Hotel, 5th floor. Oh wait, hold on. Gotta take care of something real quick. Let me mute myself. Alright, I'm back. Seashell Hotel, 5th floor, 5:08 p.m. Ferdinand eagerly led the way up to the stairs and through the next several floors. Mario was surprised at how well the Bumpty knew his way around the place. Not only that, but he was still getting used to how fancy it was in here. Even in the hallways that led off to the rooms, the floor was lavishly carpeted, and a series of miniature chandeliers were hanging from the ceiling. Just as Mario had predicted, there were several Darkstriders hiding on every floor, but by now Mario's party was large enough that they didn't stand a chance, even when they teamed up in groups of 4 or 5. Even Ferdinand turned out to be a surprisingly good fighter, and it often took only a good beak jab or two for him to take down one of their opponents. But as Mario soon found out, just because they could have picked the heroes off in a fight didn't mean they could have caused other problems. Too bad those guys had to go and break the elevator, or those would be a lot easier, Hannah panted as they trudged up another flight of stairs and arrived at the 5th floor. True that, Ferdinand agreed. Okay dudes, on this floor we got the, what was it? Oh yeah, the art gallery, painting and stuff, you know? Really? That doesn't sound so bad, Mario said as the group walked in. In fact, it sounds kind of, whoa. He jerked to a stop just in time as he realized he almost walked right into a huge hole the Darkstriders had blasted into the floor. As he cautiously edged up to it and peered down, he found he could see all the way back down to the 4th floor. That looks like it will cost a lot to fix, he remarked after a moment. This is no good. Now we're stuck over here, Maisie realized as the partners crowded around and peered down as well. The stairs are on the other side. Ferdinand didn't look worried. Oh, come on, dude. There's no problem for yours truly. I can give you all dudes a lift over there if you want. Mario looked up and stared at him. You mean you could fly over this thing? Snatcho folded his arms suspiciously. Ain't penguins supposed to be flightless birds? I never saw the details, man, the Bumpty said unconcernedly. Come on, Mario dude, hop on. I'll show you I don't gotta be riding the waves to get some air, know what I mean? Looking a little uneasy, Mario decided to do like he said and climbed on his back. No sooner than he'd done that than Ferdinand gave an excited cheer and started rapidly flapping his arms, rising right up into the air. Whoa! Stubba gasped as the two of them soared over the hole in the floor. Mario was so startled that he accidentally let go of Ferdinand, slipping off and grabbing onto the Bumpty's foot at the last second before they reached the other side and landed safely. Whoa! You were right, Ferdinand. Sorry I doubted you, he said sheepishly. In response, the Bumpty just gave him another overly hearty slap on the back. No worries, man. Now, how about I get you all the other dudes over here, huh? And so he flew all the other partners over to the other side as well. Luckily, none the worse for wear at the end. Most of them seemed to have more fun than Mario had. Man, you're the coolest, Ferdy, Hannah laughed once they all made it across. Yeah, that was so neat. I wish I could do that, Stubba said wistfully. Mario was about to speak up when he suddenly froze. He could very distinctly make out a bunch of voices coming from somewhere else on the floor. They weren't alone up here. Whoa, you're a two-man? Asked Ferdinand, suddenly looking serious once. I think it's coming for the gallery. Very cautiously, the group followed after the Bumpty and walked over to the gallery situated in the middle of the floor, surrounded by guest rooms. As soon as they walked into it, Mario gasped. They had just entered a very pristine-looking room with a stark white walls and a wooden floor. Hanging from the walls and ceiling were dozens of enormous paintings. Mario's breath was taken away by the sheer size of some of them, as well as the brilliant colors and overwhelming detail. He was starting to get a feel of how fancy this hotel really was, as surely only the most prestigious places in the world could house paintings like these. Unfortunately, the mood was a little spoiled by the group of terrified hotel guests crowded together in the middle of the room, flanked by a group of Darkstriders. What's going on in here? Mario cried. The demonic imps immediately spun around and bristled at the sight of him. Mario, so you made it. One of them laughed as Mario's team leapt into the battle stances. Too bad you're a little late to save your precious little friends here. They are being particularly troublesome, so Riz gave us the order to punish them appropriately. Oh yeah, there's a character named Riz. I forgot. Now, hang on. What are they doing down here? The plumber frowned in confusion at the captured guests. I thought your leader said you were holding everyone at the top floor. The Darkstrider suddenly looked a little uneasy. Well, that was Jaff's idea, but Riz insisted that we do this. One of them spoke up. She said Jaff is a fool, and there are far worse things that we could do to these people than simply hold them captive. I'm not gonna lie and say that, like, I forgot that there's basically, like, two groups of, like, minions, I guess. And I don't exactly remember what's different about the two groups. I don't know. It feels a bit overcomplicated. But anyway. What are you guys talking about? And who's Riz? Hannah demanded. Mario was wondering the same thing. Wait, have they never met them? I forgot. He was a little intrigued at the sign of dissent in the ranks. The Darkstrider seemed to realize he said too much. Oh, that's none of your business, he snarled. We'll do what we please with these people, and you can't stop us. Uh-oh. I just had a thought, dudes, Ferdinand said uneasily. The whole reason this gallery is so famous is that it's sort of magic. Basically, anything that's inside those paintings can come out of it. Or vice versa, man. The guests look horrified. What? One of them cried. You mean they're going to— Shut up, the Darkstrider snarled, giving him a smack. I just hate it when our plans get spoiled, but yes, If you don't start behaving, we'll prison you in those paintings forever, just like we did with that wimpy yellow star. Wimpy yellow star? Suddenly, he paused and seemed to reconsider. But Mario, since you've been impeding us for so long, perhaps you'd like to be the first to go. Darkstriders, attack! And attack they did. Predictably, that didn't work out too well for them. Wait, guys, let me do it! Hannah cried before anyone else could move. The other partners jumped back in surprise as she suddenly wound up with her hammer as though she were about to swing it like a baseball bat. And a crackling ball of electricity appeared in the air right in front of her. Whoa! Mario gasped. Hannah swung her hammer with all her might and hit the lightning ball head on. Upon contact, it instantly exploded into a storm of lightning bolts that streaked off in all directions and blasted every Darkstrider in the room. They all shrieked as they were sent flying into the wall and instantly burst into smoke. Yeah, Vote Hammer rocks! She cheered, dancing around as the other partners gawked at her. You sure that wasn't overkill? Gooblain huffed at her in exasperation. Phew, thanks for saving us. That was pretty impressive, one of the guests said to Mario as soon as they realized they were safe. I really thought we were done for there for a minute. No worries, but you guys had better get out of here while you still can. We'll take it from here. You don't need to tell me twice, cried another guest as they all raced out the door and over to the stairs. After they had left, Mario started looking thoughtful. Well, that was interesting, he said. If I know Jeff, and I think I do by now, he's not going to be happy that those guys are going behind his back. And who's Riz, I wonder? It doesn't sound like she likes him very much, Julia mused. You think maybe she's trying to mess his plans up? Jeez, am I seriously the only one paying attention here? Gooblain growled. Who cares about all that? Did you freaks all forget what he said about a yellow star? They hid one of those Luma things in here. Mario's eyes widened. Oh man, you're right. They trapped it in a painting, didn't they? We gotta find that thing. The group quickly split up and started looking all around the gallery for any sign of a Luma hidden in a painting, but much to their dismay, they didn't find a thing. On the other hand, Mario found himself drawn to a very large painting depicting nothing but a sunny daytime sky. He rubbed his chin, getting a long look at his painting. I think I know where it is, guys. Come over here. They all walked over to him, and the minute they did, Mario grabbed the Aeon Hourglass and turned it over, causing them all to vanish. Oh yeah, that's right, they have the Aeon Hourglass. You know, I'm kind of curious, like, what is the real... I may have forgot about this, but I'm curious, like, what's the actual limitations of the Aeon Hourglass? Like, is there a limit to how often they can go back in day and night? I don't know. More water? Oh, we're close to the end of this chapter, though. This section, at least. Seashell Hotel, 5th floor. Ha! Just like I thought, said Mario, grinning in triumph as he turned to look at the painting again. Here in Nightside, it didn't depict the sun, but rather a moonlit sky filled with stars. And one of those stars was a terrified-looking Luma. Hang on, little guy, I'll get you out of there, Mario shouted to it. His partners watched in confusion as he suddenly took several steps backwards, and their eyes piped out of their heads as they ran forward and jumped right into the painting. Holy cow! Hannah cried. Whoa, how'd you do that, Mario? Stubborn gasped as Mario came leaping out moments later with a Luma in his hands. Actually, I do that more often than you think. It's pretty fun, the plumber replied, chuckling at the baffled looks of all of his partners standing in front of him. And then he did a double take. All of them were standing in front of him. Hang on. Ferdinand, you still here? As soon as he said that, the other partners instantly turned away from him and stared at Ferdinand instead. The bumpty gave himself a look over. It would appear so, dude. Should I not be? Well, it's just... Mario's head started reeling. Could this mean what he thought it meant? But no, it couldn't possibly... Ferdinand, did you ever notice anything unusual about the sun? He began. Like, how it always seems to stay in one place and never sets? Ferdinand quickly brightened up at Mario's words. Oh yeah, you guys caught on to that too, huh? Totally righteous. I was kind of wondering about that. Excuse me. The other partners looked incredulously at each other. So you did notice, said Mario, suddenly finding himself fighting off a migraine. Okay, damn. But you never once thought there was something strange about that. Oh yeah, sure I did, Ferdinand said with a shrug, but I figured, why worry about it? Everything happens for a reason, man. Just gotta go with the flow. Mario blinked slowly. Ah. I don't rightly believe this, Snatcher groaned, covering his face in his hands. Okay, Ferdinand, listen. Mario sighed. I'm glad you haven't been worrying this whole time, but trust me, the whole thing with the sun is something very bad that we need to put a stop to right away. And not for the first time, he found himself explaining the story of the Guardians and the Sun Souls to his latest partner. Thankfully, Ferdinand seemed to understand the seriousness of it. Whoa, that's totally deep, man, he said it all. So you guys are like fighting to restore the balance of the world and stuff. That's shook out. Yeah, you could say that. Anyway, that's the whole reason the Dark Traders came here in the first place. There's a Sun Soul up there somewhere, and we have to get it. Ferdinand immediately straightened up. Well, dudes, what are we chilling out down here for then? We got a sun thing to find. Let's go. And with that, he raced out of the gallery and back down the hallway as fast as he could. None of the others followed after him, though. In fact, the moment he'd gone, Mario slowly turned to his other partners. Well, I didn't see this one coming. Somehow I did, Henner mused. Oh, don't worry about it, Mario, said Julia, trying to be optimistic. I mean, he must have been chosen for a reason, just like the rest of us, right? Yeah, he wants to save the world just like us. That means he has to be a good guy, Stubba agreed. I never doubted he was a good guy, Stubba. It's just, you guys all understand how serious our job is. Ferdinand, he doesn't always take things seriously. I don't know if he really gets how important this is. Before anyone could say anything else, Ferdinand stuck his head back in the room. Hey, Deads. Hey, dudes. Are we heading out or what? We'll talk about it later, Mario, Maisie assured him quietly, patting his arm before following on to the others. Knowing he didn't have much choice, Mario followed after them as well. I'm probably just being silly again. I know I shouldn't be worried, he muttered to himself as they headed over to the stairwell. I mean, the guys are right. Ferdinand wouldn't be a guardian if he weren't right for the job, would he? Goodness, Mario, you sound even more stressed out than I usually am, said a voice. I think you need to stop worrying so much and have more faith in your friends. You could always count on us, couldn't you? Well, sure, but you're the hardest working person I know. You really think he's going to be up to this? Oh, come on, man, you're not worried, are you? Asked another voice. Sure, this guy's a little whacked out, but he's so cool. You better believe it, Gonzales, laughed somebody else, and Mario suddenly realized there were 3 voices this time. Not all of us are wounded as tight as Featherbraid over there, but we always come through for you just the same. Yeah, just hey, wait, what do you call me? The first voice demanded. Mario sorted a grin. Well, I suppose if you guys aren't worried, maybe he'll end up surprising us. Stranger things have happened in this group, right? Yeah, now that's what I like to hear, said the second voice. There's nothing to worry about as long as you're around, Mario. That's why you're the man. Yep, and you and that blue dude are gonna get along just great. I can tell, said the third voice. Oh, hang on. Watch your head, Gonzales. Huh? Mario did a snap out of it quickly enough before the door to the stairwell suddenly swung open and smacked him right in the face. Oh no, sorry, Mario, Henner cried from the other side of the door. Don't worry about it, he wheezed, picking himself up off the floor and hurrying after his friends. So I know I know one of the partners is the Yoshi partner, but who's the other 2? Like, is it like, I have to make an assumption, is it like Lackluster and yeah, I don't know who the other partners are. It's not entirely clear. Author's note. Yay, Ferdinand. Dedicated to everyone who, like me, wanted Pennington to join them during TTYD. And yes, after nearly 2 years, Mario finally has his full party. So what do you think of it? Has this story been going on for 2 years? Holy shit! I mean, I guess that makes sense, actually, because, like, this... Oh, yeah, it's published in 2009, and now they're at a point where it's like, hey, did you guys see the Paper Mario Secret Star trailer? But yeah, that was a doozy. I will say that that whole bit at the beginning where Mario got like really frustrated and blaming himself, it felt really forced, not gonna lie. Like, I feel like how Mario is written in this story is just a little strange to me. Like, I don't know. Like, I could tell that the author wants Mario to be like a more dynamic character, but I think the end result is that he comes across as more melodramatic than he usually is, and I don't think the author quite gets Mario's mannerisms or personality down. You know, I'm actually remembering that in the earlier chapters, there's this whole thing where like Mario has like a phobia or like complicated feelings about certain party member being like the same species as like two villains that apparently traumatized them in those games, and to me that just seems really weird. Like, I don't know. Like, honestly, if I'm being real, I'm actually not that big of a fan of how Mario is written in the story. It feels kind of clumsy and forced, and I'm mainly reading the story for all the new characters. You know, I feel like this is a case where like they could get away with having Mario be more like a simpler character. You know, not basic, but like I don't think Mario really needs to be like this emotional, overly emotional, I would say. Like, I think it's fine to give him some depth, but I think how the story does it is just kind of weird to me. I'm also not entirely understanding this whole reoccurring bit of like Mario talking to his partners that aren't actually there. Like, I kind of get it. Like, it's supposed to convey the idea that like there's parallels with like the partner that Mario has currently and what he had in the past. Um, but I don't know. For me, it's kind of a bit formulaic. Um, like the story is not bad. Like I am enjoying myself reading this story, but you know, I'm not gonna pretend like this is like a masterpiece of fiction. You know, it is ultimately fan fiction. At the end of the day, and it sounds kind of dismissive, but at the end of the day, it's like it's one writer's like passion project, and as such, I don't think like conventional standards of quality storytelling is like the main forefront. I can tell the author is doing as much as they can, and there's so much to read. Like they clearly put a lot of effort into this, and I can appreciate that. Um, but you know, there's certainly areas where I think maybe it could like, you know, scale it back a bit and like, you know, not go overboard with certain things. Uh, but yeah, anyway, I'm gonna take another short break. Actually, I'm gonna eat dinner, so I'm gonna take an extended break. So I'll be back shortly. Not shortly. I'll be back in a sometime later. I'll keep you updated. And I'm back. Alright, so I think I'm gonna be ending this stream after I finish this third part. Yeah, I feel like now I'm just realizing that like it would have been better if I just did like 2 streams per chapter, because like one thing I'm definitely realizing a while ago is that like these chapters are fucking long. And it's just like it's absurd for me to keep reading them in full when, like, you know, there's a reason why they're divided into multiple parts. But yeah, we will finish off with chapter 6 part 3, and yeah, that'll be it for this stream. Author's note: now that I'm done failing the GRE, here's the next update. Why not? So hi guys, guess what? I actually went back and changed Ferdinand's second move to something else, because of course I had all this time to think of a moveset for him, and then didn't come up with something really good until a few days after he joined the pottery, and God, I fell so hard. Aww. Seashell Hotel, 10th floor, 5:18 a.m. A large group of confused beachgoers were crowded in front of the entrance to the hotel. Oh, sorry. They had heard what sounded like a lot of screaming coming from inside a little while ago. Now that the front door seemed to be barricaded, people were murmuring about a possible hostage situation, but nobody seemed to know for sure what was going on or who was left inside. If anyone had bothered to look up at that moment, they might have noticed a window slide open as a Crazy Daisy stuck her head out, briefly looked around, then quickly pulled her head back in. Well, Mario, the sky definitely is lighter than it was before, she said. I think you were right. Time is passing as we go up. Mario shook his head in bewilderment. That just doesn't make any sense. I can understand time passing as we go up something big enough, like a mountain, but a hotel? Oh, that was done on purpose, man, said Ferdinand. The whole time passing thing is part of the, what's the word? Ambience. So, they manipulated the laws of time and space for the ambience, Mario said flatly. Well, stranger things have happened, I guess. I can't think of any, but there must be some. There's also quite a crowd down there, Maisie went on. I think we better wrap this up quickly, or they may try to get inside. We can't put anyone else in danger. Sounds good to me. Let's get everybody else over here and... Hey, where'd Hannah go? Coming, coming! Came a voice from inside one of the rooms, and suddenly Hannah kicked the door open and came racing out. Sorry, Mario. I was just off doing... some reconnaissance. Mario wasn't fooled at all. Hannah, have you been looting people's rooms? The door was unlocked, she said defensively. And anyway, look what we got out of it. She waved a feeling fine badge in front of Mario's face and grinned, but it just frowned and swatted it away. I don't care. You're being a bad influence on Stubba. Uh-oh, Mario, I think we're in big trouble, came the little clubber's voice from down the hall. Everyone turned and walked over to him, realizing what he was looking at. There's a big lock on the door, he cried, pointing at the door that led to the next floor. Just like it said, it was covered by a big padlock. Now what do we do? Mario thought it over. Mario logic moment. This isn't so bad. All I have to do is find the key. Though the Darkstriders probably hid it somewhere out of the way. Snatcher was rubbing his chin and looking thoughtful. Well, my intuition is right, and it right near always is. I reckon the key is somewhere on this floor. He glanced over his shoulder. Now let's see. Mario dude, you totally sure the cowboy dude knows what he's doing? Ferdinand whispered as everyone followed after the Snatcher. Sure he does. Finding items is what bandits do, remember? Finally, Snatcher stopped at front of the door and slammed it open, immediately grinning in triumph. Ha! What do I tell you? Can I call him or what? Gooblain glared at him. Yeah, too bad the thing's on the bottom of a pool. Hold on. I had to sneeze. Sure enough, they were standing in the middle of the hotel pool room. Through the blue-tinted water, they could make out a bright red key resting on the bottom of the floor. We can't go in there, Mario groaned as they walked up to it. Sure you can, Mario. You could swim. Every time I jump into water on adventures like this, I end up getting gnawed on by a nibbles. Hannah gave him a weird look. But it's a swimming pool every time. Don't worry, Mario. All we need to do is drain the water out, said Maisie, who was currently studying what looked to be a small control panel on the wall. And I think I see a way. cool. Do we smash it until it stops working? Asked Canner, eagerly racing over. Maisie raised an eyebrow at her. I have a safer idea. She closed her eyes and began to sing, and almost immediately the control panel began to short circuit at the sound. Whoa! Watch out! Mario cried, jumping backwards as there suddenly came a loud sucking sound from the pool drain. Everyone crept forward and watched as the water began to drain away, and within minutes the pool was completely empty. Awesome! I'm not really sure what you did, Maisie, but it worked. Mario quickly hopped into the pool and grabbed the key off the floor. Ooh, guys, look at this, said Dulia as Mario was climbing back out. She seemed to suddenly notice something and gestured for the others to follow her. There's a sauna here too. Doesn't that look relaxing? Huh? Mario looked a little cautious at the bubbling water. I don't know, Dulia. I don't think we have time for that. Come on, please, Mario, Stubbit asked with a forlorn expression. Oh, you're no fun, Mario. Last one into the rotten Yoshi egg. Hanner cheered, racing by the others and cannonballing into the sauna. The other partners effectively shrugged and jumped in after her. Oh no, your freaks are not dragging me into that dumb. Goomblane was cut off as Hammer reached out and yanked him in. Mario sighed deeply and followed after them. He almost immediately regretted his decision. Youch! He cried, flying out of the sauna and landing on the floor with a thud. Ow! That was hot, hot, hot! Like I needed another reason to stay out of the water. He groaned and rubbed the water out of his eyes, as he heard his partners yelping in pain and jumping out after him. Okay, bad idea. Maybe we should... Ah! Holy cow, Mario, what's going on? What? Mario opened his eyes to stare at what shocked Hanner so much. He and his partners have all been transformed into 8-bit versions of themselves. Retro moment. Oh shit. Egg, what happened to us? Stubba cried, though the poor guy looked more like a big pixelated block than a clover now. Oh great, this again. Mario groaned as his partners were all freaking out around him. Okay guys, listen. Calm down. Everybody just follow me. He immediately grabbed the nearest doorknob and shoved all of his partners out of the room before following after them. Once they were outside, they were relieved to find they had reverted back to normal. Phew, thank goodness, Julia groaned. This place just keeps getting stranger. Some things about this place even I don't get, man, Ferdinand sighed. Oh god, hold on, I'm gonna sneeze again. Whew. Let me drink water. Oh. Seashell Hotel, 15th floor, 5:28 a.m. Mario's team continued plowing their way through several more floors full of Darkstriders with little effort, but now their group dynamic was better than ever, and the Blue Imps really didn't stand much of a chance. Wow, I'm feeling unstoppable, Dulia laughed as they raced up another flight of stairs. This isn't nearly as scary as I thought it would be. Which just makes me more sure than ever that we got something big planned for us up here, Mario grumbled. Okay, dudes, next up we got, the fitness room. Ferdinand turned around to address the group. It's righteous for all your cardio needs, man. I reckon going up all these stairs having cardio enough for me, thank you kindly, Snatchel groaned, rubbing his back. Mario glanced down the hallway and saw that the next door had another large padlock over it. Well, looks like we're going after another key, and I guess the fitness room is as good a place as any to hide it. Let's have a look. You know, I'm just now realizing that this chapter is basically like a more specialized version of like the Pit of 100 Trials. It's just characters going up a bunch of floors and just going through a bunch of challenges, basically fighting enemies. Huh. Well, I guess in a way it's also kind of like, I guess it kind of falls into the category that like Chapter 3 of TTYD and Chapter 6 of Super Paper Mario does, where it's mainly just like a gauntlet. Anyway. The minute they entered the room, however, Mario sensed something was off. It was a very large area with fitness machines and weights lining the walls and gym mats covering the floor, but for some reason all the lights were off. Whoa, it's kind of creepy in here, he muttered. Oh, that's perfect. Creepy, he says, and then the Twilight Town music plays. Sensing his partners were feeling uneasy as well. Hello? Anybody in here? What, is someone there? came an immediate response. Mario and the others turned and were shocked to see another group of hostages tied up in a corner of the room. Oh no! Mario gasped, instantly forgetting about protecting himself. Are you guys all okay? Hey Gong, we're getting you out of here. Wait, what? No! Cried one hostage as Mario started racing over to them. Get out of here now! It's a trap! The plumber skidded to a stop. What? But it was too late. He heard his partners let out frightening gasps as a large plume of smoke suddenly rose up from the middle of the room. Everyone scrambled backwards as they realized what was about to happen. Oh no! Mario groaned, pulling out his hammer. But as the Dark Strider stepped out of the smoke, he was surprised to realize he had never seen this one before. For one, she was female, and for another, she was green rather than blue. That didn't stop her from looking downright nasty, though. Well, well, Mario, what a pleasure to finally meet you, she laughed in a voice that gave Mario a chill. How unfortunate this meeting must also be your last. Do I know you? Mario asked uneasily, stepping backwards. Hannah narrowed her eyes. Wait a minute. You're Riz, aren't you? The one and only, Riz sneered. And I hardly need to ask who all of you are. You're the ones who have been impeding our Lord's plans at every turn. That ends now. She turned away from him. Saul, Bess! 2 more clouds of smoke suddenly came rising up, and 2 more female Dark Striders appeared out of nowhere, standing squarely in front of the door and blocking their exit. They had been led straight into a trap. You're too predictable, Mario, Riz snickered. I knew the instant you saw someone in trouble, you'd come walking straight into my hands, and that idiot Jaff thought it was a good idea to leave these prisoners on the top floor instead of putting them to good use. Well, it seems he was right, since we saved some of them already, Maisie said sternly. What are you trying to do? Subverting his orders or going behind his back like this? So what if I am? He's a fool, and should have fallen out of favor with our Lord a long time ago, the green Dark Strider snarled. I am King Shroud's most valuable servant, and I intend to prove that this very moment. Before Mario could even begin to wonder what she meant, there suddenly came a flash of light from behind him and his partners. All of them immediately turned around and stared in shock. Uh-oh, Steppa whispered, drawing back in fear. Who is that? Julia, Maisie, and Ferdinand all asked in unison. Wee-hee-hee! I don't suppose you were expected to see me again, Mario. Kammy Koopa! Cackled Kammy Koopa from atop a broom. This won't be like last time. I think you'll find me a little more than you can handle. Kammy, what the heck are you doing all the way out here? Asked the very bewildered Mario. And why are you working for these guys? Where's Bowser? That is not your concern, Mario, Riz cut in sharply. The Riz be cutting in sharply. Now, Kammy Koopa, destroy Mario and his friends, and don't forget, this is your last chance. Julia looked confused. Her last chance? What does she mean by that? Let enough chatter out of you little brats, Kammy snarled. Without giving them a chance to react, she waved her wand above her head and launched a blinding magic spell directly at Mario. He cried out as the blast hit him right in the stomach and sent him flying across the room, crashing into a weight machine. Ow! He groaned as they slumped to the ground. Dude, this old bag has some issues, said Ferdinand. He quickly flapped up to her and delivered a powerful beak jab, but she only growled and whacked him with her wand, sending him falling back to the ground. Close-range attacking is probably not a good idea, Hannah told him. She tried using multi-throw and hurled a bunch of hammers up at Kammy, but she weaved back and forth on her broom and dodged every last one of them. Hehehe, is that really the best you fools can do? She mocked, spinning around and hitting Hannah with another spell before she could get out of the way. This gal started to get on my nerves, Snatcher grumbled. He tried to rope her in with a roundup, but she wasn't about to be beaten by the same tactic twice. She circled up around the ceiling, far out of his reach, and continued to pelt the hapless heroes with a barrage of colorful blasts. Meanwhile, Mario had crawled back over to join his team. Kammy, for the last time, what are you doing helping these guys? He shouted over to Chaos. I'm what you might call an opportunist, Mario, the old Magic Koopa laughed. This fine lady has promised me a great reward if I could dispose of you myself, and so shall I. She raised up both her arms, and as Mario's hair started to stand on end, he realized he was about to use the lightning spell. Oh no, duck you guys, he shouted, throwing himself behind a weight machine. Eek! cried several of his partners as a barrage of lightning bolts came blasting down from seemingly out of nowhere. Everyone managed to get out of the way in time, but Cammy just laughed insanely and launched the spell again and again. Everyone started frantically racing back and forth, but the all-equipment in the room meant it was nearly impossible to outmaneuver the blasts. But the all-equipment. Okay. We gotta get her down off her broom, or we're sitting ducks, Hannah shouted. She and Mario both kept trying to throw their hammers up at her and knock her off, but she avoided their every blow. And so she completely failed to notice Julia floating up behind her and ramming into her with a head missile. She let out a yelp as she was sent flying off her broom and crashing to the floor. Why, you outsmarted by a weak little girl! Cammy snarled in disbelief. She launched a spell at Julia, only for her to throw up a plasma shield around her and deflect the attack effortlessly. I'm a lot stronger than I look, Julia snapped, quickly glancing at Mario for confirmation of this. He flashed her a thumbs up as she grinned. Quickly, everyone, while she's down, Maisie shouted, and everyone rushed Cammy out at once. She tried to get away, but was immediately downed by a harder-than-necessary headbutt from Gooblain. Alright, that does it, she shrieked, having finally running out of patience. Finally swatting Gooblain away, she charged up an enormous, crackling spell on the tip of her wand before firing it directly at Mario. His eyes bulged as he realized too late it was headed straight for him. Whoa, can't you have wailing on my bro here, man? Said Ferdinand. He quickly grabbed onto Mario and rapidly flapped his arms, using Flutter Lift and raising into the air. The spell flew directly underneath him at the last instant. Phew, good save, Ferdinand, Mario sighed, quickly letting go of the bumpty and dropping back to the ground. Now let's end this. No, I won't be defeated again, Cammy cried, but with Mario swinging his hammer and leading the final charge, she didn't stand a chance. Within a matter of seconds, she was sprawled on the ground in a defeated slump, Mario and his friends circling her with triumphant looks on their faces. What? Riz shrieked, only just then reminding the group of her presence. No, no, no! This can't be happening! It can't! I worked too hard for this! Mario frowned and folded his arms. You're not a very gracious loser, are you? He asked, causing several partners to snicker. Riz was bristling with fury. You haven't heard the last of me, Mario. I swear it, she bellowed, and with that, she disappeared in a puff of smoke. After seeing she gone, Cammy weakly raised up her wand and gave it a twirl, using a teleportation spell and disappearing along with her. Saul glanced awkwardly at Bess. Should we go too? Bess scowled and smacked her. Yes, you idiot! She snapped before vanishing. Saul quickly collected herself and followed after her. Once everybody had gone, Snatchel grinned and dusted his hands off. There now, that was mighty easy. Oh, excuse me. Maisie raised an eyebrow at him. Darling, you didn't do all that much. Snatchel looked defensive. I provided morale. In the meantime, Mario let out an exasperated sigh. Cammy Koopa, working for the Darkstriders, he moaned, his shoulders drooping. This just doesn't make any sense at all. There's something going on here we don't know about. Yeah, and why do you think Riz was so upset when we won? Said Hannah, looking confused. And what was that reward Cammy was talking about? Man, this is all really weird. Jeez, I'm glad to see everybody here's got the priorities straight, Gooblain snorted, gesturing over at the hostages who were still tied up and had witnessed the entire fight. Oh, right, Mario said quickly, putting his hammer away and turning to the hostages. Are you guys alright? We're fine, thanks, said a Pianta as Hannah and Stubba rushed over to untie them. Like you got here when you did, though. I don't want to find out what she was planning on doing to us. Don't worry, you're safe now, Stubba said brightly. Hey, you guys don't know where a key is, do you? 'Cause I locked the door that goes upstairs. As a matter of fact, we do, said a toad. Those blue things set it up in the ceiling just outside in the hallway. I'm not sure how you're going to reach it without a ladder or something. Mario frowned in concern. Really? He quickly stepped back into the hallway and saw what the toad had been talking about. There was an open compartment in the ceiling that looked like it could easily be hiding a key somewhere, but it was high above his head. Well, that's great. Ferdinand, you don't think you can fly up there, do you? The bumpty shook his head. Sorry, man. I'm more of a horizontal dude, know what I mean? Suddenly, Julia stuck her head out the door. Hey, Mario, have a look at this. She called him back. There's a big chest in here. I wonder if maybe Riz was trying to protect it. Oh, really? He walked back to the room, only to realize the chest Julia was pointing at looked very similar to the two other ones he already come across. Aha! Knowing what was going to happen, he lifted the lid up. Mario got the Ultra Boots. He could now use Wall Jump to scale up walls and reach hidden areas. Ooh, wall jumps. He can now also use the Wall Jump in battle to damage enemies even more. But how? how does that work? Mario's eyes widened as he pulled the boots out of the chest. Whoa! Dang, those are some nifty looking shoes, said Snatchel, lifting up his hat to get a better look. You reckon those things might help with our little key problem, Mario? Mario suddenly grew a smirk on his face. I wonder. Wow, a lot just happened. Just had more water. Oh god, it's speeding up. I have to go quick. Ah! Mario, darling, are you sure this is a safe idea? Asked Maisie. She and the other partners were all crowded around Mario, who had laced up his new Ultra Boots and was now staring intently up at the hole in the ceiling. Don't worry, guys. I've done this tons of times, he promised them, just so as long as the management doesn't get angry at me for leaving poop prints on the wall. Everyone took a step backwards as Mario steeled himself, clenched his fist, and then took a running start and jumped at the wall. Whoa! Gasped Hanner and Stubba as Mario bounced back and forth off the walls, working his way up to the ceiling and having quite a blast. Yahoo! He cheered as he flew back and forth over his partners' heads. Oh no, that kid, no! Wow! He had made one last jump for the ceiling, but ended up falling just a little too short. He went flailing through the air, frantically grabbed onto the ledge at the last second, and ended up dangling from the ceiling. A little help? He asked lamely. His partners all glanced at each other, then whistled and backed away. Mario scowled at them before his eyes bulged as he felt his fingers start to slip. Oh no! Wow! Oof! He went plumbing to the floor and landed with a loud thud. Unfortunately, the shaking caused by its impact caused a crate that was being stored in the ceiling to come shaking loose and slide out the hole, and fall right on top of him. Oh, groaned all the partners, except Gooblain, who was rolling around the ground and snorting in contemptuous laughter. However, they all felt quiet when they noticed the key they were looking for was resting on top of the crate. Mario lifted his head up and grinned weakly. I told you I could do it. Hannah shook her head and sighed. Well, things are always more interesting with you around, Mario. That was fun. Seashell Hotel, top floor, 5:59 a.m. Ah! Riz screamed in frustration, hurling dark energy balls in every direction and destroying the room she was in. Cammy, you worthless failure! You are more than enough for that fool Mario, and you let him defeat you again? How can you justify such a pitiful performance? Cammy wasn't easily intimidated, but now she was cowering against the wall and feeling just a little bit uneasy. Give me another chance, please, she said, trying to sound reasonable. I swear, now that we know how strong he is, I can— No! You're out of chances, Cammy Koopa, roared the green Dark Strider, throwing an energy ball right at her. Cammy yelped and ducked out of the way, and the energy ball exploded into the wall directly behind her and took out a large chunk. Cammy glanced at it and gulped. You don't understand, do you? If Mario gets his Sun Soul, there's nothing stopping him from going after our Lord's greatest treasure. I promise him I'll find something worthy of protecting it. And Riz let out another scream and punched the wall, leaving a very large dent in it. Yes. Well, good luck with that. Perhaps I should be going now, Cammy said nervously, quickly tottering out of the room. Riz didn't even notice her leave. Jaff is not getting the last laugh on me, she fumed. I'm bringing him down. I'm bringing him down if it's the last thing I do. And that would be it for the stream. I read a lot, and I'm kind of petered out. So yeah, next Friday, I presume, I will be finishing this chapter, and yeah, that's basically all I'm gonna do. So anyway, let me see if there's anyone streaming right now, so I could give them a raid. Hey, you know what? I think I'll just end the stream right here. I'm a bit tired, so anyway, you all have a wonderful weekend and take care. Bye bye.
the water stream, I'll see myself out.
Oh, come on, Ether. You're just gonna leave right now? Ugh. Oh, ad is gonna start. Also, hello, Voob. How's it going? Sorry about the ads. An ad is gonna play in 2 minutes. If you don't want ads in this reading stream, well, either you just watch the VOD later or you subscribe to me. It's up to you. I am full of rocks. So it was
I am full
you.
of rocks.
Wow. Okay, Ether. Really? You're gonna just eat them? What the fuck? Anyway, let me mute myself and get back to sharing my link. So, I'll get ready soon. Yeah, I've been in a Mario and Luigi mood lately, and I'm thinking, I already play a lot of Paper Mario music, so why not go for like some Mario and Luigi music? Also, I like that you call it Brothers in Time. The game is called Partners in Time, but I like to think like, imagine like Mario and Luigi partnership. But yeah, I'm ready. Let me get on the stream right now. Hello, May. How's it going? I'm just getting prepared to read the story. Let me get into the stream right now. Hello. I got the latest one for Christmas. Haven't started yet. Brothership? Awesome. Yeah, I finished Brothership a few days ago, and I'm not gonna spoil anything from it. Don't worry. But yeah, I had a really good time with Brothership. It was really long though. Like, I was shocked at how long it actually was. But yeah, I'm happy to have finally finished it. But yeah, hello everyone. Greetings, planet Earth. I am back once again, and today we're gonna finish off Chapter 6 of Paper Mario: The Temple of the Sun. Going forward, I'm gonna do 2 streams per chapter because, well, let me just say that like reading a chapter for 4 hours is kind of exhausting for me. So, yeah. Voob said, what if, hypothetically speaking, it was called Rifters in Time? That would be kind of fucked up because, like, our infantile forms are, like, barely functional, okay? Like, it takes quite a few years for us to grow our limbs. So yeah. Oops, partners didn't remember the English title. To be fair, though,
I love my siblings.
to be fair, though.
Oh my god, what are you making me say? No.
Oh, thank you, Ether. Also, what do you mean siblings? There's only one. But thank you. Though, to be fair, Zeta, like, it is like a common trend in like, I think like European countries where like they add bros at the end of the subtitle of some games. Mainly the 3DS ones. We had like Dream Team Bros and Paper Jam Bros. It would have been funny if Brothership in Europe was called Brothership Bros, but no, it's the same title for all countries. Also, I'd like to think that like, oh man, that would be a pretty fitting European name though. Brothers in Time. It was only the last ones before that. Yeah. All right. Well, let's just get started with the reading. Last time during this chapter, Mario and everyone went to a tropical resort and they went to a hotel. But then shit went wrong and Mario had a depressing moment for out of nowhere, and then they get teamed up with the most radical penguin of the group, Ferdinand. I don't know why he's called Ferdinand. Usually Paper Mario characters have like names correlating to their species, and that's true for all the other partners. I don't know
Hello,
what
rifting
Ferdinand.
openings. It is I, Ethernet Cable. I do not mean to alarm you, but the infamous Vietnam War veteran and painter, Bob Ross, is live right now.
Yo, really? Let's fucking go. You know, why am I streaming right now? Let's just do a Bob Ross reaction stream. But yeah. Anyway, so let's just get started with Ethernet Cable. Let's just get started with the story. Author's notes. I've been having massive writer's block for this particular arc. Please don't hate me. And for those of you who have been asking what's going to happen during Chapter 7, you will find out very soon. Like, who are asking for that? What? Why? That's funny to me. It's just like there are people out there just like, hey, author, what's gonna happen in Chapter 7? Like, as if they're still reading Chapter 6. Like, be patient, guys. Chapter 6 too boring. Where's Chapter 7? Anyway. Seashell Hotel, top floor, 5:59 a.m. Cammy couldn't have been gone for more than a few minutes before Riz. I forgot about this. I keep forgetting that there's a character named Riz. Oh my god. Cammy couldn't have been gone for more than a few minutes before Riz became aware of someone else in a room with her. She'd been crouched off in a corner and pouting, but suddenly her entire body grew stiff. Hello, Just Andre, how's it going? And yes, it is 8,000 words. But don't worry, we're just reading a chapter, which I'm pretty sure it's not that many words. What do you do if Riz tried to Riz you up? I would die. Yeah. You really thought I would have noticed, did you? Came Jaff's voice. You thought I wouldn't notice that you were stealing the prisoners out from under my nose, that you were subjugating my orders? Riz didn't bother turning to face him. Your orders? In case you've forgotten, you aren't the one in charge here. I'm as much the leader here as you are, and I'll do as I please. Yes, and that's worked out so well for you so far, hasn't it? He laughed. I see that magic Koopa of yours failed yet again, Riz. How disappointing. And yes, this is the beach hotel chapter. Riz bristled dangerously at his taunt. Without warning.
Legalize nuclear bombs.
Oh fuck! Holy shit, Ether, calm down. Without warning, she suddenly spun around and threw a punch at him with a scream, but he easily sidestepped it. Negative, Riz. Yeah. When will you learn, Riz? No matter what you try, you can't outdo me, and you can't earn our Lord's favor over me. You've lost. And you've won? She snarled at him. The last I noticed, Mario was still on his way up. Why is that free? Ah, that's a good point, actually. I should... That's actually, you know what? Oh my god, actually, thanks for bringing that up. I should actually add, like, channel points to the sound alerts now, at the risk of potential spam. And also, I don't want Ether to threaten me with the legalization of nuclear bombs. Not for much longer. It's time I told you how to really break a hero, Riz. Ether, watch your language. He grinned at her growing exasperation. Mario and his friends have one great weakness, and it's not you or me or an old hag firing magic spells. It's each other. They're so dependent on one another, they can only work if they're together. And I think I know just how to fix that. Huh. Interesting. Spam alert tension theme. Oh, let us hear. Let us hear, Voob. That reminds me. Actually, I did make sure to block out any like really bad words in. Oh, that was it. Okay. Wow. Good job. Oh, by the way, guys, like, hold on. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. I forgot to set up. Is there a way to set up bits for Ether? You know, she likes channel points, but she would really like bits as well. Those are tastier. But okay, let me get a drink of water. Drinking water, ASMR. Anyway. Seashell Hotel, 24th floor, 5:56 a.m. The fact that the story is nearly as long as a Game of Thrones, that you made it through, what, 3/4 of the way through this, is due cause for, well, I say equal parts admiration and horror on my part, but let's be honest, one of those vastly outweighs the other. Yeah, it's a big story. And if you want to experience the story, as of now, I have uploaded VODs of the previous chapters on my YouTube, so you could catch up. But yeah, Andre, I want to ask, do you know about the story? Because this is actually like a pretty interesting relic of the Paper Mario fandom. This came out in 2009, and what's interesting is that as the story progresses, the author's notes acknowledge Sticker Star, and it's very interesting seeing like the initial reactions to Sticker Star when it was a new game at this point. Yes, this fanfiction is really that old. It's over 10 years old. But anyway, let's just keep reading. I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting a little tired of all these stupid puzzles, Mario groaned, leaning against the handrail as the group walked up another flight of stairs. The Darkstriders really went all out trying to keep us from getting to the top, didn't they? I would watch them, but I'm too busy sitting around doing absolutely nothing while complaining about doing nothing. It's very productive. I understand. I don't know. I think some of them have been really clever, said Dulia. Like the one in a music bar where the door was voice activated and would only unlock if you sang that specific song. It's just a good thing Maisie was there. It certainly wasn't very smart of them to leave that song on the piano for us to find, Maisie remarked. As awful as they are, they're not infallible. They arrived on the next floor and got a look around. Okay, Ferdinand, what's on this floor? Mario sighed, feeling his legs ache. Oh, well, let's see. Ooh, this is where the ballroom is. The swankiest ballroom on a beach, I might add, dudes, said the Bumpty, looking excited. All sorts of high-class dudes hold shindigs in this joint. Props to the author. By far the longest fanfic I ever written was only 30,000 words or so. Outside of the fact that I know you've been reading it, I never heard of this story before. Yeah, I discovered this story when I used to be like a very active reader of TV tropes, and they have like a fanfic recommendation page, and that's where I found this story. Jeez, this hotel really does have everything, said Hanner. Who would ever need this who would ever need this all of stuff is totally beyond me. That's a bit weirdly written, but okay. Sometimes the writing can be a little weird, but I mean, for the most part, it's pretty solid. Well, we better have a look inside, Mario decided, walking over to the door as his partners followed him. I'm sure there's something in here we need to... Whoa! The moment he pulled the door open, he fell silent. The room they had just entered was one of the biggest and nicest looking ballrooms Mario had ever seen. At the periphery of the room was a bunch of round tables covered in pristine white tablecloths, and the dance floor was a flawless polished wood without a single mark on it. Voob said, maybe you're weirdly written? Well, I mean, I am autistic, so you're not wrong. What really stood out, though, was the ceiling. It was a velvety black and adorned in tiny little twinkling lights that looked just like stars, making the whole thing look just like a beautiful night sky. So, actually, complete fucking tangent. When I was a very little kid, my family bought me, like, well, they didn't buy it for me. It was just a house decoration, but they decided to buy, like, a bunch of glowing stars and moon stickers and paste it on the walls. And I don't know why, but as a kid, they really scared me. Like, I was so scared getting inside that room when it's dark at night because they would just glow, and I was freaked out by the fact that they glow. Anyway. Wow, what a pretty ballroom! And bear in mind, I was like 2 or 3 years old at that point. Wow, what a pretty ballroom! Hannah said with a big smile on her face, staring up at the ceiling along with everyone else. Sure does look expensive. Well, I don't see any Darkstriders or anything important in here, so there's not much of a reason for us to hang around here, Mario decided. We should probably keep going. But I'm tired, Mario, said Stubba, plopping down on one of the chairs. Can't we just stay in here just a little bit? Yeah, if there's nothing important in here, it's not like the Darkstriders are gonna come looking for us in here. That's a bit redundant writing. Hannah snickered. Mario glanced around and saw that all of his partners were looking pretty bushed. Alright, fine, he decided. Just for a few minutes, though. Oh, that's very threatening for Mario. Everybody sat down at one of the tables, looking relieved to get off their feet for a little bit. Mario couldn't take his eyes off the dance floor, though. He could only guess how many people would fit into it. What a crazy place this was. That 30,000 word story he wrote actually got plugged on one of those TV Tropes fanfic recommendation pages. Ooh. Obsessed with TV Tropes during my college years. Multiple weekends where I would do literally nothing but wake up, read TV Tropes, go back to sleep and do the same thing. But I had no idea someone done that and was intensely gratified to receive a DM a few years after the fact, linking me to the page. That's dope. I still read TV Tropes sometimes, and actually I've actually been getting back into it, but yeah, TV Tropes is a very fun website to read. Hold on. There we go. I outdid you, Voob. Okay, where was I at? Everybody sat down at one of the tables, looking relieved to get off their feet for a little bit. Mario couldn't take his eyes off the dance floor, though. He could only guess how many people would fit into it. What a crazy place this was. I bet... Wait, who's saying this? Oh, I bet Peach would have killed to have a ballroom like this, he finally said. Then he sighed. I sure wish she could be here for this. She just loves dancing and other girly stuff like that. Okay, Mario. Never knew this site before this fanfic. Yeah, TV Tropes is really cool. It's basically like a website dedicated to documenting tropes in media, hence the name TV Tropes. It's basically kind of like an encyclopedia site, but it's not as like it's not like a super formal thing. It's basically just a archival of like a bunch of media and what tropes they embody and stuff. It's a pretty addicting read. I was really into it back in high school. Julia was looking sad. Oh, we have sad music playing. Fitting. Yeah, I miss Benny too. Boos are supposed to be really good dancers. I think it's something about not having any feet to trip over. Suddenly, Hannah jumped to her feet. Oh, come on, you guys. That's no reason for us not to have fun. Before Mario knew what was happening, she grabbed him by the hand and pulled him to his feet. Come on, Mario. Let's have a dance right now. You can pretend I'm Peach. Oh, what? I've been interested in like writing my own fan fiction. I've actually had like an idea for like my own Mario fan fiction that is written kind of like a Mario RPG, but it's more like it takes advantage of the medium it's in instead of trying to be like a video game in text form. But yeah, that's for much later though. I barely have written anything about that though, but yeah. Yeah, and I could be Benny! Stubba cheered, grabbing Dulia's hand and leading her out onto the dance floor. Dulia looked completely flabbergasted. Hanner, I don't know if we should really... Whoa! Mario gasped as Hanner suddenly dived right into a brisk waltz, holding his hand with one of hers and putting the other on his shoulder. I imagine that if this was a video game, this would be like a fluffy mini game. Oh wow! He finally laughed once he stopped tensing up and started falling into the rhythm. Hanner, you're quite the dancer. Why didn't you tell me? Duh. Dancing's not very useful when you try to save the world, she said with a grin as Mario stopped to spin her around. Oh, this is fun, isn't it, Mario? I really wish we could all just do fun things like this as a team more often. You know, just as a mini game, just to like pad out the runtime, maybe. Like, we can't just have the character like do this and that. We have to put a mini game in here just to extend game length. Basically, it's fluff, basically. But I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to imagine like how this would play out in a video game. Like, it reminds me of like a TTYD where you have like that mini game where Peach is dancing with her hologram self. I imagine the mechanics would be just like that. Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember how really into you and Courtney were in Sparks of Hope. I love seeing like how much fandom content have came out of Sparks of Hope. Like that game has like a really cool setting and characters. Stubba and Dulia weren't dancing quite as adroitly as Mario and Hanner, most owing to the little clubber's legs being so short. He still insisted on leading though, and the two of them were stumbling around the floor as gracefully as they could. You look so pretty when you're dancing, Dulia, Stubba said sincerely. I bet Benny can't wait for you to dance with him. Dulia was giggling and looking delighted. Oh, Stubba, you're such a gentleman. Snatcher was sitting and watching the whole thing with his head resting in his hand, trying hard to look indifferent and trying even harder not to let his gaze travel over to a certain teammate of his. Dancing's so overrated anyhow, he muttered, looking unhappy. I mean, it ain't something that'll ever get you anywhere in life, like fist fighting, or Yoshi wrangling, or Yoshi wrangling. Oh fuck, that's sad. He stopped dead as Macy suddenly came walking up to him with a playful look on her face. Why, Sheriff, this isn't very chivalrous of you. Aren't you going to ask me to dance? Hello, Eric. How's it going? I'm currently reading, finishing up chapter 6 of this story, and there's like a whole dancing sequence happening. Hope you're doing good. Snatcher sat bolt upright, looking thrilled. Boy, howdy am I. I mean, I reckon if I could do that for you, Missy. Hanner was the first one to notice the two of them holding hands and walking onto the dance floor. Oh man, Mario, get a load of this. Huh? Mario turned and looked where Hanner was pointing, and was surprised to see that Snatcher and Macy had suddenly begun to slow dance. Macy was wearing a delighted smile and looked as graceful as ever as she danced, but the poor sheriff, who was always so confident, was starting to look more like an awkward high schooler. Oh wow. The plumber chuckled and shook his head. What do you know? Took him long enough, didn't it? What I wouldn't give for a camera right now. His face is priceless, Hanner whispered, trying to contain her laughter. Just for the record, Snatcher is like a bandit, and his face is like a mask. Well, I mean, granted, it's a mask with a very expressive face on it, so yeah. Mario raised an eyebrow at her. Hanner, it's not nice to exploit your friend's embarrassing situations for your own amusement. I'm sorry, that is a very funny line coming from Mario. I've talked about this before with the story that I think how Mario is characterized is not really on point with the games, and I feel like lines like this is kind of exemplary of that. Like, I can't really imagine Mario saying this. Are they in love, Dulia? Dulia asked quietly, figuring she would know. Dulia was trying to cover her smile with her hand. it sure looks that way, even if he doesn't realize it yet. Well, Mario talks for one. True. But I would say, Andre, that the way that Mario is written in the story, it's very weird. Like, I get what the author is trying to do with Mario. Like, they're trying to make Mario more, like, emotive and, I guess, nuanced. Like, oh, this isn't like your typical mascot silent protagonist Mario. This Mario has feelings and range of emotions and stuff. And, like, I can appreciate that. But a lot of the writing surrounding Mario in this story can be surprisingly melodramatic at points. The worst example has to be like the chapter that introduced Stubba, the baby Clubba, because for some reason the author decided that like Mario's bad encounters with both Tubba Blubba and Grubba is like a traumatic experience for Mario, and it's that traumatic experience that led to Mario being like casually racist towards Stubba. Like the whole arc of Mario's arc in chapter 2 is him getting over his prejudice of Clubbas, which I think is just really weird and out of character for Mario. Like, you know, we all know that Mario is the kind of person who says something like, you know, he appreciates all walks of life and is very open-minded and stuff. Meanwhile, in this fanfiction, Mario is trying to get over his prejudice of Clubbas, and it's presented in like a very serious way that it's kind of hard for me to take it seriously. Yeah, no, the story tends to lean towards stuff like that with Mario, and it's the one aspect of the story that I'm not really that crazy about. Yeah, they're definitely trying to make him a more flawed character in this story, which on paper I can respect that, but in execution it's a bit much sometimes. Mario doesn't need to be more emotive. He's the most famous video game character in the world, and he pulls that off without needing to say more than a word or two at a time. Convey Mario's emotion by just describing his physical facial expression and gestures, you cowards. Yeah, like, here's the thing. It's like, Mario can be allowed to be like a simple character in the context of a grand story. I would argue that's kind of what makes like some of the best Mario stories appealing. It's just the fact that it is just Mario, this regular funny Yahoo dude, put into a serious situation, and usually the characters that surround him are the ones that are like really carrying the narrative. Now, granted, that I imagine that works really well in the context of a video game. Maybe in written form, that's a lot trickier to capture, so there definitely needed to be a lot more nuance, I suppose. But at the same time, though, I don't think that nuance should come at the expense of who Mario is as a character. And I do think that's a lot of times the story does tend to veer into like really weird territory with Mario. I mean, I don't hate Mario in the story, but it's kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of like how Sonic is written in Sonic Prime, where they're trying to make him like a more flawed protagonist, but as a result, he doesn't really feel like Sonic for the games. Yeah. That's most heroes' journey stories. Their protagonist is almost never the most interesting character, and that's kind of the point. Yeah, exactly. That him being technically mute only to viewers and not in story would be hilarious in a written story. That's actually something I wanted to do in my own fanfic. Like, Mario in like the story is not very talkative, but like you hear Mario's thoughts a lot because he's the first person narrator of my story that I want to write. Oh, but alright, let's get back to the story. There's a lot of like tangents, which no problem with that at all, but you know, I want to keep reading. Let's see, where was that at? Ah, okay. Yeah, no worries, Zeta. And you guys could keep chatting as well. Like, I'll catch up after I read like major portions of the story. It's all good. Julian was trying to cover her smile. Oh yeah, I read that already. Stubba looked up at her in confusion. How can he not? Oh, you'll understand one day, she promised him, patting him on the head. That just made him pout. That's what everybody says to me. Meanwhile, Ferdinand was still sitting at the table and was looking perfectly content to just lean back and watch the others. Aw, that is most righteous. I guess this is what you call l'amour, hey dude? I don't know how you pronounce that. How do you pronounce that? I apologize if I butchered that. He was of course talking to Gwynplaine, who was facing away from the floor and glaring at a wall. Don't talk to me, he hissed. Ferdinand just shrugged, looking unconcerned as always. Whatever you say, dude. A few minutes later, Hannah apparently decided that she and Mario weren't dancing fast enough and promptly began to pick up the pace, laughing as she practically hurled her dance partner across the room. Amour. Ah, okay. Amour. 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 Mario yelped in astonishment at how enthusiastic she was, and of course the other two pairs took this as a challenge and started tearing up the dance floor as well. Very quickly this led to people crashing into each other or getting dizzy to the point of collapsing to the floor, and finally they had no choice but to abandon the endeavor in favor of laughing hysterically. Not long after, the entire group came staggering at the door of the ballroom as they laughed and gasped for air. Think of how rare it is to find someone whose favorite Star Wars character is Luke, or whose favorite character in the Odyssey is Odysseus, or hell, whose favorite Harry Potter is Harry Potter. Yeah. It's very rare for, like, the main character of the series to be anyone's favorite. Like, they exist, but it's not like, you know... Usually people look for the most, like, interesting and unique kind of character. I mean, I guess the main exception is, I guess, like the Sonic series, because I'm pretty sure most people like Sonic. Oh yeah, Red is very popular, that's true. But yeah, there's exceptions, but for the most part it's kind of like, yeah, I don't know. Well, wait, this is what Mario says. Well, that was a complete waste of time, said Mario. But it was still the most fun I had in weeks. That was... I don't know why that's funny to me, Mario's saying, that was a complete waste of time. Like, this is a very, like, this is a more critical Mario. I'll say, hey guys, look over here, said Hannah, suddenly racing off down the hallway. Mario realized she was heading right for the glass door that led to the large balcony outside the building, and everyone followed after her. Isn't it beautiful? You can see the whole beach from up here, she said, leaning against the balcony with a smile. The ocean's so pretty. Everyone gathered around and looked as well. Mario couldn't help but smile at the sight. Palmy Balmy Beach at this time of day was almost empty, with only a few brave souls swimming or surfing in the not quite light. The palm trees rustled gently in the wind, and the deep blue sky, almost bright enough to be morning, covered the whole place in a dark rich hue. Wow, that was so nice, but wow, useless! Red stopped being the protagonist after one game. The moment he became becoming was when he graduated from blank slate character to an enigmatic true final boss. Yeah, I always find that kind of interesting when, like, in any media, like, the silent main protagonist sort of becomes like a more like enigmatic figure. It's kind of like maybe this is not a great example, but and I'm not really a Zelda fan, so I might be talking out of my ass. But I know that in like Twilight Princess, the hero of time, the skeleton dude or whatever his name is, I know that he's apparently like Link from Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, and that fact alone really adds like an interesting layer to not only that character but also Link in those games. And I always find that such an interesting choice. Like, that's actually Link from Ocarina of Time apparently, and he's now like an undead warrior. It's kind of sad, honestly. Anyway. That is true, yeah. Everyone else seemed to be entranced by the sight too, because for the longest time they did nothing but gaze out at the ocean. This is really a magical time of day, isn't it? Mario finally spoke up. I mean, it's not quite night, but then it's not quite morning either. I mean, is there a term for that? I guess day and night really aren't so different after all, said Dulia. Or, you need both of them, or one can't exist without the other. You know, something like that. Maisie nodded sagely. Sagely. They're both important. They always have to be in balance. I suppose that's what being a guardian is all about, isn't it? Another good example is the initially unnamed Wario character from the original Diablo, who Diablo possesses and turns into the villain of Diablo 2. Oh yeah, that's a good example. Hannah frowned. Yeah. How exactly do we do that anyway? I mean, it sounds like a really important job, but I got no idea how it works. Aw, shoot, it can't be that hard, Snatchel laughed. Not for us, anyhow. The group continued to look out over the ocean, except Gwynplaine, who was glaring at the wall and making a point to demonstrate how disinterested he was. Mario hardly even cared anymore, though. All he cared about was that they were all here, sharing this view and preparing to face their uncertain future together. Even if it was just for this brief moment, he had his partners, and they all had him. It was moments like this that reminded him why his constant struggles to save the world really were worth it. Ah. You know, this is kind of, like, this kind of writing, like, they're framing it like, they say constant struggles. Like, this is like a serious effort for Mario. And not to say that it never is in the games, but I just think it's interesting how throughout the story they really like to portray Mario as like a struggling hero who has a lot of things stacked up against him, but he always prevails. Like, that's kind of the angle they're going with Mario in this story. It's interesting. Let me get a drink of water. Alright. Seashell Hotel, 29th floor. Oh, I love this song. 5:56 a.m. Eventually, the moment passed and the group realized that they had to carry on. They made their way up several more floors, and before long, they were nearly at the very top. I can't believe it! We're almost at the top already, said Mario, glancing around warily as they stepped into the hallway. That means there's probably something really nasty keeping us from getting upstairs. Ferdinand glanced around. Huh, you sure, dude? I don't see any blue dudes around here. Well, the door's right over here, said Dulia, pointing down the hallway at it. Strangely enough, it didn't look like anything or anyone was guarding it. In fact, it didn't even appear to be locked. Mario blinked. It can't be that easy. There's no way. I feel Gwynplaine is just a burden both to Mario and the story. Like, yep, he's here. His attitude got mentioned. Next point. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like, I was kind of expecting like a very like gradual arc for Gwynplaine, where like eventually he gets over his shitty attitude. But like we're like at chapter 6 now, and he's still just like. And now it's taken to like a cartoonish extent where he's literally just staring at the wall. And it's just like, okay, is this character going anywhere at any point? Like, I mean, granted, here's the thing. I know that after this chapter, there's no more partners, right? They have all 6 partners, all 6 guardians. So basically, chapter 7 is basically like, I don't know what to expect out of chapter 7. There's not gonna be a new partner I'm expecting. So who knows? Maybe chapter 7 will be like a significant point of development for Gwynplaine. But I will say that overall, like, if there is an arc to Gwynplaine in this story, I haven't seen it yet. Like, we don't really see any real sign of development for this character. But yeah. Let me see. Still, he walked down the hall right over to it, grabbed the knob, and yanked. It didn't budge. What the? He tried again. Still nothing. He tried again and again. Nothing worked. The door wasn't locked, but somehow it was sealed up so tightly that Mario couldn't open it no matter how hard he pulled. They did something to it, he sighed. Oh, that was Mario. Oops. Stubba, try breaking it down. Okay, Mario, Stubba said reluctantly, walking up and repeatedly bashing the door with all his might. Mario's heart sank when it didn't do a thing. Didn't see this one coming. Gooblain grumbled sarcastically. Mario tried to ignore how he was being as unhelpful as ever. Okay, everyone, we can handle this, he said. There has to be something up here we can use to break the door down. Ferdinand, what's up here? Oh, it's just the kitchen, man. I don't think we can nail this thing with pots and pans, know what I mean? Well, let's have a look anyway. Mario expected a hotel this fancy would have a big kitchen, and he was right. It was huge. Almost everything in the kitchen was covered in chrome. Everything is chrome in the future. There were several long rows of counters covered with every cooking implement Mario could imagine, along with all manner of pots and pans hanging from the ceiling. But it was completely empty, and all the lights were off. First partner, didn't want to be one, isn't one of the guardians. Why are you here? I want to like you, but you're giving me nothing. Yeah. Hello? Anybody in here? Mario called out. No answer. I'm starting to wonder if this was a good idea. Everyone stuck their heads in after Mario, looking a little discouraged at how quiet and still it was. I kinda don't think there's anything in here, Mario, Hanner finally said. This whole place is empty. It's kinda eerie. Well, I guess it would be empty. It's not even 6 in the morning. Who eats at this hour? Mario reasoned. Then suddenly, he got an idea. Now, if it were this time of the evening, he quickly pulled out the Aeon Hourglass, and everyone caught around as he flipped it over. Oh yeah, that's another thing about this story. Like, sometimes they reach, like, a certain point in the story where they can't do anything, and they decided, let's pull out the Aeon Hourglass so we could move over to a different period of time. Which, I mean, I'm trying to think, like, that definitely sounds like a gameplay mechanic in a video game. And I commented on this before, that sometimes when the stories try to do, like, video gaming descriptions, you know, it's clearly doing that for itself. Like, it wants to be like a what-if Mario game. But I think as a story, as like a reading experience, it's kind of superfluous. And the Aeon Hourglass is kind of like that, where it's kind of like the same solution every time. It's like they come across a roadblock and they decided, let's just use this thing. And so far in the story, there hasn't been like any major twist with this idea. It's just, let's just use this thing. I don't know. Seashell Hotel, 29th floor, 5:56 p.m. Sure enough, the kitchen and dayside was in full use. All the lights were on, and surrounding the group were the sounds of boiling pots, humming ovens, and water hissing from sinks. That feels like switching between inside and outside Bowser as a story mechanic. That's true, yeah. Like, if you were to adapt, like, Mario & Luigi Bowser's Inside Story into, like, a proper, like, story, like a proper document, like, I don't think they would need to specify, like, and then you switch to the inside of Bowser or whatever. Like, I'm pretty sure that, like, for the most part, like, that kind of thing makes sense in a video game, but if you're writing it as a story, like, I would say that, like, going from inside and outside of Bowser would just be, like, a very seamless thing that happens. Like, okay, that's just how it works. That's just how it is. Yeah, I don't know. What Mario hadn't expected was for the people running the kitchen to be Darkstriders. Whoa! Hide, guys! Mario hissed, immediately shoving his partners out of the kitchen and running out after them. Once they were out, he very cautiously drew up the circular window on the door and peered inside while his partners pushed and shoved each other out of the way as they tried to get a look. What on earth are they doing in there? Macy wondered as they all watched the two Darkstriders racing back and forth with various food dishes in their hands. Beats me, but I'll bet you anything they're hiding the key or whatever in there somewhere. There's so many places in there to put it, it'd take us forever to find it even without Darkstriders. So how do we get in without them catching us? Asked Stubba. You guys don't go in. It's too risky. I know exactly how to avoid getting caught though. Mario turned to a specific one of his partners. Dulia, think you could help me out? Oh, sure thing, Mario. Dulia quickly put her hand on Mario's shoulder, concentrated hard, and turned him into a Dark Strider in a puff of purple smoke. Heh, wow, looking good, Mario, Hannah snickered. To be fair, the official Zelda mangas do mention what are just game mechanics, even if it's out of place for a book, it breaks the pace. Yeah, that's true. It's always kind of a tricky. That's always like the trickiest thing with adapting a video game into like a more traditional story medium. It's just that like, what do you keep that maintains the essence of the original games, and what do you change and remove so that it works better as the kind of medium that it's currently being adapted to? I might look good, but I feel disgusting, he groaned, looking disdainfully down at his new form. Come on, Mario, we should hurry up before it's too late, said Dulia, who had already transformed herself. The other partners hid safely outside the door and watched as the two of them edged cautiously into the kitchen. That phrase has taken a new meaning. They made it just in time to hear the Dark Striders having a very telling conversation. Can you believe that Jaff? One of them grumbled as he was stirring a pot. Just because he's so high up in our Lord's books, he thinks he could boss the rest of us around. You're telling me, if he's hungry, I say he should make his own lunch. The other one snarled as he started pouring the entire contents of a large bottle into another pot. The nerve of that ridiculous, "Hey, what are you doing in here?" Mario and Dulia froze as the Dark Striders glared directly at them. You're supposed to be guarding the door, remember? The second one snapped at them. What do you think you're doing leaving your post? If Mario actually makes it upstairs... Oh, leave them alone, the first one said. It's not like Mario could get up to the top floor anyway. Mario tried not to look surprised. Really? Why not? The first one glared at him. Did you forget or what? We barricaded the door so tight that you need some kind of explosion to break it down, he said. And it's not like Mario's carrying around a bomb with him. Mario very carefully kept his expression neutral. An explosion? They had to blow up the door to even make it up to the top? How on earth would they do that? But hey, as long as you guys are here, make yourself useful. We're going to go take a break. You get over here and finish up Jaff's food for us. Oh nice, we're going to have a cooking mini game. What? Mario demanded before Dulia shoved him in the side. Oh, I mean, sure, no problem. I like that I'm doing the Mario voice, even though he's like, looks different. Perfect, and make sure you add plenty of hot sauce, he added, pointing at the large bottle next to the pot. It's his favorite. Yeah, time to go lounge in the pool, the second one laughed as they both dropped their stuff and strode out the door. Mario and Dulia jumped out of their way a little too quickly as they left. Great, now what do we do? Mario sighed as Dulia turned them both back to normal. We had to blow up the door? We're going to get in such big trouble with management. I think they forgive us after we save all their lives, Mario, Dulia said reasonably. But you're right, we don't have any way to cause an explosion. Mario suddenly got an idea. Hang on, you could have just turned into a ball bomb, could you? Dulia frowned. I don't think that'll work. I mean, Stubble couldn't break the door down, and he's as strong as any ball bomb. Sure, I guess. Mario frowned as well, leaning against the counter in disappointment and tried to think of what they could do. Surely there wasn't anything in his hotel that could use it as an explosive. It wasn't safe. Suddenly, he felt his gaze travel over to the bottle of hot sauce that the Dark Strider had been pouring into the pot. Whoa, look at this, Dulia, he said, grabbing it and reading the label. There's a huge warning label on this thing. It says, do not under any circumstance mix this product with orange juice. The results will be explosive. Orange juice? Really? Dulia repeated, staring at the label. Well, that can't be too hard to find, can it? Wow, that was easier than I thought it would be. They must have some in here somewhere. Let's look. They searched all over the kitchen for a carton of orange juice, but they failed to find any at all. Mario did find something else though. We're having like an orange juice fetch quest moment. Why on earth is that pot rattling so hard? He said, gazing up on a high shelf where it was resting. Deciding to investigate, he whipped out his new wall jump ability and hopped from one shelf to the next, finally reaching the top shelf. He pulled the lid off and stared inside, only to jump back in shock. Also, there's gotta be an ad break in 2 minutes, so sorry about that. Holy cow! There's a Luma in here! Oh yeah, mandatory Luma stuff. He gasped, immediately reaching in and pulling out the poor trembling star. Those guys trapped it in there! I can't believe them sometimes. The two of them quickly left the kitchen after that and regrouped with the rest of the partners. Mario filled them in about what they had heard from the Darkstriders and asked them what they thought about it. So, the only way to break that door is with an explosion? Asked Macy, who was examining the bottle of hot sauce. Well, Mario, it seems to me that all we need to do is find some orange juice and our problem is solved. Well, hey, there's no problemo, dudes, said Ferdinand, fakely waving off at something outside the building. There's a juice joint right outside on the beach. What if you already drank orange juice? Mentos effect? I don't know. Oh, so I like. Oh yeah. So this is where the orange juice is relevant. There's like a juice joint in this resort. Cool. Oh yeah, we passed it on our way here, Mario recalled. I don't like the idea of leaving the building though. The Darkstriders could do something else while we're gone. I think some of you guys had better wait in here and watch the place while we're gone. Hannah glanced around warily. You're probably right. Oh, and one more thing. As long as we're down here, we better set these guys free, he said, pulling out one of the 2 Lumas he had with him. Ferdinand, you haven't got it upgraded at all. You better come with. But to Mario's surprise, Ferdinand shook his head. That's nice of you, dude, but if anyone's gonna show up here until you get back, it should be yours truly, you know what I mean? What? Well, no offense, dude, but I'm the only one who knows this place like I know the back of my flipper. I'm probably the best dude to stick around and guard the fort while you're gone. He looked a little imploringly at the plumber. Come on, Mario, dude. You trust me, right? Mario wasn't quite sure what to say. He trusted beyond a doubt that Ferdinand knew his way around here, but he still didn't really like the idea of leaving him in charge of the group. The Bumpty had gone this whole time with that same carefree attitude of his, and he still didn't seem to understand what was really going on. Mario finally had to shake his head and inwardly scold himself. He was being stupid. If he couldn't trust his partners, then he couldn't trust anyone. Anyway, he'll only be gone for a few minutes, right? Okay. Okay, Ferdinand. If you really think you're up to it, he said, trying not to sound reluctant, you watch as the rest of the guys while we're outside. Ferdinand grinned. No problem, dude. Mario glanced at the Luma in his hand. Well, we still got to help these guys, so I guess it means... Snatchel, Dulia, you guys want to get upgraded? Sounds like a plan to me, partner, said Snatchel as Dulia beamed and nodded. Well, hold on. Okay. We'll be back in just a few minutes. You guys will be fine up here until I get back, right? You can count on us, Mario, Hannah said brightly, giving him a salute. Mario nodded back and quickly escorted Snatchel and Dulia over to the stairs. Unbeknownst to any of them, a dark figure had been watching them this whole time, and the instant Mario was gone, he grinned. Ooh. Alright, let's drink some water. And once we're done with this section, we're gonna be, I'm gonna be taking a short break, so. Also, ad break ends, okay. Ad break will end in 2 minutes. Palmy Palmy Peach, 4:59 p.m. I really hope nobody on the beach has caught wind of what's going on in here, Mario sighed as he unlocked the front door and pushed it open. The last thing we need is more innocent people getting involved in. What's going on in there? We heard there's a hostage situation going on. What? Mario blinked as he realized there was a huge crowd gathered in front of the entrance. Oh no, the FBI has come. Oh, terrific. No, look, everybody. Everything's fine. There's nothing going on in there, he said calmly. Then what was that screaming? Oh wait, I think that was Mario saying that. You have to let us in there. Somebody has to call the police. Now listen here, everybody. We got this all under control, so quit panicking. Snatcher shouted over the commotion, but nobody even paid attention to him. As some of them tried to push their way inside, Mario started rapidly running out of patience, so finally he did the only thing he could think of. He pointed far off in the distance and shouted, "Hey, look over there! Is that Zip Toad? Oh my gosh, where?" shrieked the female Pianta, and within seconds the entire crowd had raced off cheering and shouting at the top of their lungs. Snatchel blinked. "Oh right, I was gonna do that next." The three of them quickly walked down the beach and over to the juice bar, trying to act casual. Mario glanced around and saw that most of everyone was still swimming, surfing and playing, and didn't seem to realize what was going on in that hotel. Well, that was a relief at least. The sooner they rescue everybody, the better. Within minutes, they came walking away from the juice bar with Mario holding a fresh glass of orange juice in his hands. Next, they found a star pedestal in an unpopulated section of the beach, nearly hidden by a surrounding circle of palm trees. The two Lumas started jumping around in Mario's pockets as they sensed they were getting close, and they barely touched the first one before it came flying out and perched on top of the pedestal. Finally, both of them had been rescued, and both of Mario's partners were upgraded again. Snatcher was upgraded to Ultra Rank. He could now use Double Dash to plow through all ground enemies. Dulia was upgraded to Ultra Rank. She can now use Howl to lower all enemy defenses. "Thank you, Mario," Dulia giggled as the Lumas vanished into the sky. "Now I'm more than sure than ever we'll be strong enough to beat those Dark Shredders." "You said it, but now we better hurry back inside," said Mario, glancing uneasily over at the hotel. "I want to get back in there as soon as we can, before something bad happens." Seashell Hotel, 2nd floor, 5:02 p.m. "Man, now I'm getting worried," Hannah sighed, sitting on the bed in their hotel room and swinging her feet. "When's Mario coming back? He's taking forever." Saba was jumping up and down on the bed again. "Don't worry, Hannah. Nobody ever beat Mario before. He'll come back soon." "That's right, darling. I'm sure Mario's doing just fine," said Maisie. "Saba, honey, don't jump on the bed like that. You're going to hurt yourself." "Aww." Gwynplaine was scowling off in a corner of the room and trying to avoid talking to anybody, while Ferdinand was currently standing outside the door. He had valiantly taken it upon himself to guard the room and make sure nothing fishy happened. That turned out to be a mistake. "Ha ha ha ha," came a low laugh from right next to him. Ferdinand jumped and scrambled out of the way, staring in confusion as Jaff suddenly appeared in front of him. "Dude! Another blue dude!" he cried. He immediately bellowed his flippers and started shaking them. "You're not getting past me, man. I know martial arts." "Okay, not really, but I watched a lot of movies." "Oh, please, I'm not interested in fighting you," Jaff sneered, brushing Ferdinand's fist away. "I'm only here because I have some information you may be interested in, and I can't have that idiotic Mario around getting in my way." The Bumpty glowered at him before lowering his fist. "I'm warning you, dude. I'm not falling for any of your evil blue dude tricks." "What tricks? I may be many things, but dishonest is not one of them," Jaff said calmly. "Now then, I believe you're acquainted with these people?" He snapped his fingers, and a puff of smoke appeared in the middle of the hallway, which dissipated to reveal... "Ferdy!" cried Sheila. She and the other three Bumpty boarders were all tied up together, struggling vainly to get free. They all had terrified looks in their eyes, as though they were expecting something awful to happen to them, or something already had happened. Ferdinand let out a horrified yelp and tried to rush over to them, but Jaff left in his way. "Ha ha ha! Take one more step, and I guarantee you will never be able to save them," he growled, opening up his hand as a flickering ball of dark energy materialized in it. Though it took every ounce of his willpower, Ferdinand finally sighed and let his arms fall to the side. "That's better." He closed his hand and the energy ball vanished. "Now then, I've been watching you, and I know you are working together with Mario and friends to liberate this place. And I'm afraid I must put a stop to that." He took a step toward the Bumpty boarders. "I'm offering you a chance to save your friends right here and right now. On one condition. You must leave this place and never return." Ferdinand stared at him. "What?" "Ferdy, man, you shouldn't be listening to this dude. He's not—" Brody tried to shout, only to for Jeff to smack him silent with a clawed hand. "Hey, nobody lays a hand on my bros like that," Ferdinand shouted, racing forward again. Jeff immediately spun around and smacked him as well, sending him crumpling to the floor. Crumpling like paper. "You're not listening, are you? What did I warn you about taking another step closer?" he sneered. "I see Mario was right about you. You just don't understand." Ferdinand has been struggling to stand up and holding his head, but now he forgot about everyone else. Right about what? "Oh, come on now. Mario's a hero. He's the only one strong enough to present a threat to our Lord. You honestly think he'd recruit someone like you unless he had no other choice?" The Dark Strider laughed, relishing the confused look in Ferdinand's eyes. "You know what he says about you. He says you take nothing seriously. You understand nothing that goes on around you. You don't even seem to realize there's a problem when time freezes." Ferdinand was starting to look desperate. "But, Mario dude, he never—" "Just face the facts. Mario doesn't want you around, and neither do I." Jeff opened his hand again, and another energy ball slowly began to form. "So here's my offer. Either you take your friends or go, or stay with Mario. And something very regrettable happens to these four." The energy ball in his hand had grown huge. "Oh, and choose quickly." He aimed the ball at the bumpy boarders, who all squealed in fright and tried to shuffle away. Ferdinand was glued to the spot, watching the whole thing helplessly. He couldn't let his friends get hurt, but he couldn't abandon Mario either. Mario was trying to save the world, even if he still didn't really understand how. Didn't understand? Did Mario really think those things about him? Was he just an annoyance to Mario? Was it really just a slacker who didn't notice that the world was falling to pieces around him? If something happened to him, would Mario care? "Time's up," said Jeff. "If you can't decide, I'll just do it for you." He reared back and prepared to hurl the energy ball at the four helpless bumpties. "No!" Ferdinand shouted, forgetting all about Mario as he scrambled forward and threw himself in Jeff's way. That was exactly what Jeff wanted. With a wicked grin, he snapped his fingers and all six of them were enveloped in smoke. Yet the music is perfect. The very moment, the door flew open. "Ferdy?" Hannah cried, sticking her head out of the door. Where is he?" "What's wrong, Hannah?" Stubba asked as the others all followed her outside. I thought I heard something out here," she said quietly. "I swore I heard Ferdinand. And Jeff." Yeah, the music is perfect for this scene. Holy shit. Everyone stared at her, only to turn around at the sight of Mario, Snatchel, and Dulia charging up the stairs. "Guys, we're back! We got the orange juice!" I'm sorry, that's really funny. Like, it's a serious moment, and then Mario comes in. "We got the orange juice!" Gulp? When he saw the looks on his partner's faces, though, he quickly drew to a stop. "Guys, what's the matter? What?" Then, he noticed who was missing, and the bottom dropped out of his stomach. "Guys, where's Ferdinand?" "Ether, your head is blocking out of the way. Come on. Can you move down, please? 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 Thank you." "Guys, where's Ferdinand?" he asked. "Where did he go?" And that's the end of part 4. Oh no! Wait, what? Oh no!
You won't keep me down forever.
Oh, you shut up right now. You go down as... Ugh. Oh, so speaking of going down, I guess the website has gone down? Uh-oh. Well, anyway, I guess that's a perfect time to take a break and figure out what's going on there. But yeah. I'll be back soon and try to figure out what's happening. So, yeah. I'll be back. Okay, so it seems like, yeah, I guess it seems like the website is just down currently. I'm on the intro chapter, but it's just leading to this page again. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I can access this. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I could do anything about that. So, and I was trying to find like if there was any like duplicate sources for the story, like what if there's like a fandom article or whatever. But no, I couldn't find anything. So, yeah, I think we'll have to end stream a little early. So, yeah, sorry about that. Sorry about the technical inconveniences. Some of the chapters work, but there's gotta be major issues. Yeah, hopefully it's a temporary thing. Like, I hope that chapter 6 part 5 isn't gone forever. That would suck so bad, but yeah. Well, oh well then, I suppose. We'll get back to... So here's the thing, I haven't uploaded the VOD to chapter 6 yet, like the first part of chapter 6 I mean, because I wanted to like merge all VODs into one video. So we'll finish this chapter eventually. It's just gonna take like another stream, I suppose, which is not ideal, but that's pretty much how it's gonna play out. But yeah, sorry about that, folks. I think that'll be the end of the stream now, and hopefully I could do another stream tomorrow this weekend. Like I'm cool with doing a weekend stream if that's possible. Let me see who's streaming right now so I could give them a raid. Actually, you know what? I think I'll just end the stream right now. But yeah, thank you all so much for watching. Once again, I apologize for the inconvenience, and hopefully the website gets back up and we can finish this chapter once and for all. It was very nice, yeah. I'm quite liking the vibes of chapter 6 so far. I hope to see where it goes. Thank you, May. Yeah. But yeah, I hope you all have a good night. And Ether, do you have anything to say? Do you want to say good night and almost Happy New Year to all these beautiful people watching me right now?
Not really.
Wow, okay. Damn. Anyway, you all have a good night and a Happy New Year in the next few days. Yeah. Ether? Wait. Oh, Zeta, you accidentally highlighted a message, not the TTS. But how could you get my rocks? What the fuck? But yeah, I'll be ending the stream right here.
Go eat his rocks.
No, don't eat my rocks. Please. Please, don't eat my don't eat my rocks.
This music hard as hell.
Greetings, planet Earth. I'm back once again to continue my reading of Chapter 6 of Paper Mario and the Temple of the Sun. Last time, we were gonna finish this chapter, but unfortunately the website went down at the worst time. But it's back up. It should be working now. Let me check. Yeah, okay, cool. It's good. Awesome. Alright, so let's just get right into the fun. Hello Voob, how's it going? I am back here once again, actually finishing this chapter for once because the website did not crash this time. Thank God. Alright, let's see. I'll just get right into it. Oh, and by the way, ad break coming. Sorry. Author's notes. Yay! 100 favorites. This calls for a celebration. Chugs can of super soda and smashes it against forehead. Whoa, that's dangerous. You have ad block? No, my revenue. That's fine. Seashell Hotel, 11th floor. 5:20 p.m. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Hanner cried as Mario's team raced up the flight of stairs, desperate to get to the very top before it was too late. If the Darkstriders really had taken Ferdinand, there was only one place it could possibly be. But no. Unfortunately, they didn't make it far without interruptions. Where do you think you're off to? Cackled a Darkstrider as he and several others came pouring out of the rooms on either side of them. We don't have time for this, Mario groaned. He and the others not even bothering to stop or slow down as they approached the assault. Okay, so just skipping battles, ignoring experience points. Okay, I'll take the one in the middle. Goobladed Hammer, Goobladed Hammer could take the ones in the back row, and Dulia, you can. He was caught off as Stubba suddenly went zooming past his head, slamming into the Darkstrider in front and performing a flawless hyper bounce that left them all sprawled on the ground in defeat within seconds. Or Stubba could just take care of it, said Mario as the little clubber beamed and wagged his tail. Rude. Their intrusion didn't go unnoticed. Practically every floor they charged their way through was hiding several Darkstriders that jumped out at them, but Mario was so desperate at this point that he charged right into them and dispatched them all with one swing of his hammer. They were tearing up the hotel as they went, but Mario didn't even care anymore. Fuck paying repairs. What type of messed up parents would name their child Hammer and then spell it wrong on purpose? They're the type of parents that didn't graduate college. Or college. Seashell Hotel, 21st floor. 5:40 p.m. Uh-oh, Stubba said nervously as a huge wave of dark imps, even larger than the first one, came charging down the hallway to meet them, causing the chandeliers on the ceiling to rattle. This time, Mario skidded to a stop, a determined look set in his face. These guys really don't know what they're dealing with, do they? He grumbled. Maisie, what do you say we teach them a lesson? Sounds like an excellent idea, she said firmly, stepping forward as he took her by the hand. Together they shouted, Clean sweep! The Darkstriders all jerked to a stop and stared as an enormous broom suddenly materialized and came down from the ceiling. What? Completely out of nowhere, they realized too late what was about to happen, and they could only cry out in shock as the huge broom gave one sweeping motion and whisked them all back down the hallway out of the flight. Well, that just happened. What type of... Wait. Never mind. That was strange, said Dulia, starting along with it. Well, that was strange, looks at the camera, raised eyebrow. Said Dulia, starting along with the others as the broom vanished back to wherever it had come from. I've seen stranger, Mario muttered, also putting his arms on his hip, mugging to the camera. I've seen stranger. They kept running up, and though Mario was getting exhausted and his sides were aching, the thought of what may have been happening to Ferdinand at that very moment kept him going faster and faster. His partners were keeping up with him, but so, unfortunately, were the Darkstriders. More and more of them appeared out of every nook and cranny and started chasing after the heroes, until finally Mario couldn't ignore them any longer. Seashell Hotel, 29th floor, 5:56 p.m. How are you planning on getting past all those guys? Gwynplaine snapped at him as they came bursting out the door to the 29th floor, the Darkstriders in hot pursuit. They were almost at the top, Mario told himself. Just one more floor. I don't, he replied. Without stopping, without ever tearing his eyes away from the door leading up, he pulled out the hot sauce in one hand and the orange juice in the other. He poured one into the other and shook the concoction as hard as he could. This is gonna be big, you guys, he shouted over his shoulder at his partners. Get ready! Everyone braced themselves and covered their ears as Mario wooed up and hurried the mixture at the door with all his might. Thankfully, he played a decent amount of baseball in his time. His aim was spot on. That's a Mario sports game reference. Kaboom! There was a deafening blast that shook the hotel and completely blew in the door, along with most of the wall. The hallway flooded with dust and debris as the smoke rushed by their faces, but Mario's team stopped for nothing. Taking advantage of the Darkstriders' obvious confusion and fright, they outraced the pursuers and charged right through the destruction, up the stairs to the very top floor. I love how they're just kind of like, they're just saying fuck it and just charging all the way upstairs. It's awesome. Why would he do that? Because people were getting in the way, as you know. Don't you know that hot sauce and orange juice can make an explosive reaction? This is the reason why there is no hot sauce and orange juice recipe on the internet. It's too dangerous. Seashell Hotel, top floor, 5:59 p.m. The room they had just entered looked like it was originally supposed to be a fancy lobby or studio of some kind. It was very big, had a nice wooden floor, and the walls consisted entirely of glass windows through which the entire beach could be seen far below them. The last sliver of sunlight was perched over the ocean, and the dying evening light seeped into the room and turned everything into a dull orange. If there had been anything else in there, though, it was gone now. The Darkstriders had gotten rid of it to make room for the dozens of hostages trapped at the far end of the room. Holy cow! Hannah gasped at the sight of them. Oh my gosh, look! It's Ferdinand's friends! Cried Lucille, pointing and fiddling. They'll save us! I know they will! Oh, thank heavens! Gasped the hotel manager. Mr. Mario, please do us a favor and roost these cats, would you? This is not very good for business. Well, it looks like everybody's okay in here, Mario decided. But where's... Mario dude? Mario immediately turned to his right and saw Ferdinand tied up all by himself, flanked by Pell and Knob. The other bumpy boarders were tied up a few feet away. They were looking disheveled and terrified, but Ferdinand was looking more... sad. Ferdinand! Mario gasped, racing toward him, only to jerk to a stop as Jaff suddenly materialized in front of him. Mario, he snarled in contempt, and Mario glared right back at him. So you made it all the way up here. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. What are you doing with Ferdinand? Mario demanded, absolutely not in the mood for villainous banter at this point. Let him go now, and while you're at it, let everybody else in here go too. Jaff just laughed at him. Why, Mario, I expected more gratitude from you. I only took him off your hands because you didn't want him around. Mario frowned at him. What? Jaff gave him a wicked grin. Or don't you remember? You said yourself, he's not serious enough for your little group, didn't you? You said you didn't even know if I could trust him, didn't you? Oh my god. Voob, you're radiated. Are you okay? Oh no, Mario groaned, covering his face in his hands. He had said that, and Jaff had heard all of it? Why did these things always end up getting thrown back into his face? I'm sorry, Mario dude, Ferdinand sighed, and Mario shook his head to look at him. He hardly even looked like himself. His head was hanging and his spirit looked totally broken. You were right about me, man. I'm no good for you dudes. I was stupid and let those blue dudes trick me. I just messed things up. Ferdy, don't say that, Hannah gasped as the other partners quickly gathered around Mario. Of course you're good enough for us. We all want you around, don't we, guys? The partners all nodded and vocally agreed, although Maisie had to elbow Snatcher on the side before he did. Ferdinand started looking confused. But, Mario dude, you said... Forget what I said, Ferdinand, Mario said firmly, and forget what Jeff said. He's just trying to mess with your head so he can break all of us apart. Jeff just gave him a glare and a huff that told him he was right. Look, I don't know what I was talking about. We need you, Ferdinand. We couldn't have gotten through this hotel without you. This is all very touching, but I'm afraid Jeff began, but Mario just shoved him right out of the way before he could finish. We're a team, Ferdinand, and you're a part of it. Whether you realize it or not, you belong with us. He studied his voice. I know for a fact you do, because you're the... Alright, that's it. Jeff snarled, grabbed Mario by the throat, and slamming him against the wall. Hello, Zeta. How's it going? Finishing up chapter 6 of the story. Thankfully, the website is back up. Not much. Basically, Mario and his partners were storming up the stairs, and they just, like, barrel through a bunch of enemies. Like, they had like, a whole not give a fuck attitude at this point. But now we're saving Ferdinand the Penguin. Alright, that's it. Jeff snarled, grabbing Mario by the throat and slamming him against the wall. He heard his partner's gasp and scream as stars erupted before his eyes. I had enough of your goody-good hero act, Mario, so I think I'll end it right here, Jeff hissed in his ear. Mario tried to answer, but his air was cut off. He couldn't see, he couldn't breathe, and he was starting to panic. From behind his sunglasses, Ferdinand's eyes bulged. Whoa, hey! And the next thing anybody knew, he had snapped the rope that was binding him, thrown Pell and Knob to the side, hurled himself across the room, and tackled Jeff to the floor. Mario gasped for breath and slid to the floor, grabbing at his throat and staring. Ferdinand? Jeff instantly leapt to his feet. What do you think you're doing? He snarled at the Bumpty. Ferdinand turned to glare at him. You know what, little blue dude? You were right about me, he decided. I'm just a dude who likes chilling out and having fun. But that's who I am, man. You can't change that. He balled his flippers. And it doesn't mean I can't help out Mario dude all the same. You mess with him or any of my bros, the gloves come off, man. Woo! Go Ferdy, you're the bomb! Cheered Sheila from the other side of the room. The other partners all started cheering as well, and Hannah threw her arms around him as they all raced over to join him and Mario. Jeff began edging backwards as Mario got to his feet and grinned, all 7 of his partners standing loyally behind him. Looks like you all failed again, Jeff. Wait, is it Mario talking? Looks like you failed again, Jeff. It's going to take a lot more than to tear us apart. Jeff did what? First Riz, and now edging. Yeah, now give us a sun soul and leave this place alone, Dulia snapped. And don't ever think of calling for your friends, cause we beat every Darkstrider in this hotel, said Snatchel. Not true, actually, came Riz's voice, and Mario looked up to see that she and her team had suddenly appeared in the room. You've beaten every Darkstrider in this hotel, except for one. At that very moment, as if on cue, a huge plume of smoke began to rise up in the middle of the floor. Mario's team stared at it as Jeff and Riz both stepped backwards, grinning expectantly as they watched. Get ready, guys, Mario muttered, steeling himself and gripping his hammer. His partners all braced themselves, but none of them was prepared for what they saw. If Bowser had been in the room at that moment, he would have instantly recognized the giant Darkstrider they had to battle several days ago. Okay. As a matter of fact, Jeff's team had studied that battle very closely, and King Shroud had accordingly made a number of modifications to this particular soldier in order to make it even more powerful than before. Mario's team found themselves gawking up at the beast of a Darkstrider, whose head almost brushed the ceiling, very nearly thicker than it was tall. It was still gripping its enormous mace, but unlike last time, its head was protected by a helmet, and its body was covered in thick black armor. The Vacationeers all gasped and screamed, tried to shuffle away from it, but obviously there was nowhere for them to go. Oh my, Maisie said softly. Dude, Ferdinand muttered. I thought you said 2 hours though. Oh yeah, that's true. I don't know, I just felt like streaming a little early. Sorry about that. Let's see. Where was I? Oh yeah. Oh my, Maisie said softly. Dude, Ferdinand muttered. How do you like that, Mario? We've saved the best for last. Perhaps this would teach you not to underestimate our species, Jaff cackled. Now then, prepare for the last battle of your puny lives. And with that, the enormous Darkstrider let out a roar and swung its mace, smashing it into the floor and kicking off the fight. Oh no! Don't do that! You'll ruin the floor! Cried the manager, getting exasperated glares from everybody else. As the group cautiously backed away, Gooblain pulled out his phone and used Tattle. Alright, sounds like this thing's called a Dark Ogre. It's supposed to be the biggest, baddest Darkstrider of all, or something like that. It's got that big mace that'll smack us around with it, and it could cause tremors that throw us off. And if it gets really ticked off, it can work itself up and raise its attack power. Oh, but here's the best part. That armor's packing is so tough that no attacks can hurt it. We'll see about that, said Mario. He ran and prepared to swing his hammer at his opponents, but the Dark Ogre cut him off by swinging his own weapon and catching Mario in his side. The plumber let out a cry as he was sent flying sideways into a window. Okay, bad idea, he groaned. This feller sure means business, don't he? Snatchel muttered. He tried to run up and tackle it, but it had hardly turned its attention away from Mario before it let out a roar, and swung its mace at Snatchel as well. The sheriff put on a panicked look and barely scrambled out of the way in time. Guys, don't get close to it. It's not safe, Hennard shouted at them, hanging back and throwing a volley of hammers at the Dark Ogre. Her aim was perfect, but her heart sank as each hammer seemed to bounce harmlessly off the monster's armor. It let out an annoyed growl that came charging right at her in retaliation. Ah! Hannah screamed, attempting to drive to safety. Dive to safety, not drive. She doesn't have a car. Dulia immediately performed a head missile on the Dark Ogre in an attempt to throw it off balance, but that didn't do a thing either. The Dark Ogre howled in fury and swung its mace horizontally, and all the partners screamed and ducked as it passed over their heads. None of our attacks are working, Hannah shouted to Mario as he raced back over to join them. What did I tell you? Jeez, you freaks never listen, Gooblain snarled at her. Okay guys, don't panic, said Mario, though he didn't exactly sound calm himself. If we could just incapacitate it somehow so it can defend itself, then we'll have a clear shot. What? Ether? Oh no, Ether. Can you say something? Do you have something in your throat? Hold on, let me... Can you speak right now?
No, I can't.
Sure you can. That's weird. Huh. I think I just said the thing, Macy said determinedly. Mario watched as she stepped forward and suddenly began spinning around, generating a cloud of sickly yellow pollen that floated through the air and settled all over the Dark Ogre. He realized she had just used Pollen Storm, and it worked like a charm. The Dark Ogre grabbed its head and began summoning around, looking dizzy and disoriented. Yeah, I'm so sorry about that, Voob. Is there a way to, like, refund channel points? Let me see. Hold on. I know that's a thing. I saw my friends do that sometimes. No, I can't. Yeah, sorry. You lost your rocks. Oh, also, hold on. Just rearranging the windows. There you go. Awesome! Killer move, dude! Ferdinand cheered. He immediately took the opportunity to flutter up to it and perform a flawless beak jab right in its chest. And much to everyone's surprise, it roared in pain as it was sent flying backwards and landed on its back. Whoa! How'd you do that? Asked Canner. Ferdinand looked a little surprised himself. Don't know my own strength, man. Wait a minute. Ferdinand, that move of yours could pierce defense! Mario realized. You're the only one who could damage it without the armor on. Whoa, seriously? With that armor on, I mean. Whoa, seriously? The Bumpty looked a little nervous. Thanks for the heads up, dude. Yeah, so what are the rest of us supposed to do? Gooblain snapped at him as the Dark Ogre clumsily got to his feet, tried to shake off the effects of the pollen storm. Mario quickly snapped to its attention and tried to power bounce in an effort to get it to stay down, but it didn't even seem to notice. Why isn't this working? Guys, it's starting to look angry, Dulia said nervously. Everyone looked and saw the Dark Ogre was indeed quickly running out of patience, and it immediately acted on it. It started rapidly stomping the ground and letting out a primal roar, working itself into a frenzy. Great, it's Raiskin's attack, right? Mario groaned. He immediately learned the answer to that firsthand as the Dark Strider swung its mace and hit him right in the stomach. Oof. Ouch. Mario! Screamed several partners as he was sent flying across the room and thudding to the floor, just barely avoiding being sent crashing through the window and down 30 stories. Okay, this is not good, he gasped in pain. But the Dark Ogre wasn't finished yet. In fact, it had apparently decided to get rid of them all right then and there. It leapt into the air and performed a ground pound on the floor, throwing up a violent tremor that threw all the partners off their feet and sent them crashing painfully back down to the ground. Oh great, not again, Hannah groaned, finding herself sprawled helplessly on her back. Mario had panicked and squeezed his eyes shut in anticipation of the attack, but he opened them in surprise when he realized he hadn't been hit, possibly because he was floating in the air. He looked up and saw Ferdinand was using Flutterlift, rapidly flapping his arms in an attempt to keep Mario dangling above the ground. You okay down there, Mario dude? I'm fine, Mario said with a grin. I'll help you and the other guys. You keep attacking it no matter what. He dropped to the ground and ran over to the others, stopping to help Hannah back to her feet. Ferdinand stayed where he was and continued dodging the Dark Ogre's attack, while delivering a few beak jabs of his own. He was certainly doing his job, but Mario didn't think that just one person attacking it was going to be enough. Oh, hold on. I gotta take care of something real quick. Hold on. I'm good. Where was I? If only we could get that armor off, he groaned. It'll be completely vulnerable without it. But how do we do that? None of us are strong enough, Stubba said worriedly. You're right. We're not. At least not right now. He glanced over at Snatchel, but I know a way to fix that. I like the way you think, partner, Snatchel said with an eager grin as he raced over. Mario quickly grabbed his hand, but then he froze in panic as he realized that there was 8 of them this time, and they were surrounded by glass windows. On second thought, we better just do me. Aww, Stubba sighed as Snatchel nodded and he and Mario both shouted, Miracle Glow! Ooh. Mario instantly felt himself growing lightheaded. Wait, growing lightheaded? I think they meant feeling lightheaded. I don't know if growing makes sense. Mario instantly found himself feeling lightheaded as the room began to spin, and then he shot up until he was as tall as the Dark Ogre, towering over his partners. Oh wait, he could just turn big? Okay. Ferdinand broke off from his heated one-on-one battle and stared. Whoa! Mario dude, you gotta show me how you do that, man! This is terrible. Absolutely terrible. The whole studio will be ruined at this rate, the manager wailed. Alright, now let's take care of business, Mario said in a loud, booming voice, stomping over to the Dark Ogre. It looked surprised and momentarily started growing defensively and charging over to meet him, bashing him with its mace. Mario shook it off and responded in kind, whacking it squarely over the head with his hammer. This time, his attack did something. The Dark Ogre's armor began to rattle, and suddenly several plates fell off and clattered to the floor. Alright, now we're getting somewhere, Hannah cheered. The Dark Ogre looked less than amused at this, roaring in a rage before doubling its assault against Mario. The plumber gasped as he was forced backwards, unable to block its attacks. Let's get in there and help him, guys, Dulia shouted, and all the other partners came charging forward and unleashed their attacks on the Dark Ogre. Obviously, they didn't harm it at all, but they distracted it enough that it began angrily trying to wipe them away, and was unable to keep its attention focused on Mario, and that was just what he needed. By the time the Miracle Grow wore off, and Mario shrank down to regular size, he knocked all the armor off their opponent, and left it lying uselessly on the floor. Dudes, hanging with you dudes is gonna be awesome, I can tell, said Ferdinand. Okay guys, this is it. It can't defend itself now, so let's give it everything we've got. Mario shouted at his team. About time, Goombleane snarled, throwing himself into a multi-bonk without even waiting for Mario's okay. Hanner and Stubba immediately raced into the fray after him, and then Mario himself whipped out his hammer and went to work. Within seconds, the entire team was ganging up on the Dark Ogre, and this time it felt every blow. But of all people, Ferdinand seemed to be the one leading the assault. He was clearly having the time of his life as he flapped through the air and repeatedly jabbed the Dark Ogre in the chest, much too quickly for it to block. Even when it threw the second ground pound and threw the rest of them of the team off itself, Ferdinand was obviously unaffected and just gave it a grin as a terrified look filled its eyes. Leave it to him to make fun out of something like this, Mario thought with a smile. Finally, the inevitable happened, and just as they always did, Mario's team came out on top. Mario narrowly dodged a swing from the Dark Ogre's mace and followed up with one good power smash, and that was all it could handle. It let out an anguished howl as its knees gave out, and Mario's team quickly jumped out of the way as it collapsed. The very instant it hit the ground, it exploded in black smoke that filled up the room and obscured Mario's vision. Several people began shouting in panic, but once the smoke began to clear away, Mario looked and saw that their opponent had disappeared. The biggest, baddest Dark Strider of all was gone. Ugh, he groaned, waving the smoke away from his face as he started coughing. I think that's a wrap. Good job, everybody. The vacationers had been watching this whole thing in fear, and once they realized the threat was gone, they burst into cheers. Oh, that's a good rhyme. Mario's team had begun busy sighing in relief, and were startled by the sudden attention. Not knowing what else to do, they sheepishly grinned at each other and waved. We're saved! We're saved! I knew we would be! Lucia sang happily, jumping up and down. That Ferdinand is such a dreamboat! He can do anything! My hotel! My hotel! It's ruined! The manager sobbed. No, no, no! Came a shout, and everyone who had been cheering quickly fell silent as Josh shoved the manager out of the way and stormed over to Mario. The smile quickly vanished from the plumber's face. Why must you repeat us at every single turn? Jaff practically screamed at him, bristling in fury. This is impossible! Impossible! There's no way that one person could be this big as a big authority on my side! Mario just gave him a smug grin. But that's where you're wrong. It's not just me. It's all of us. He gestured at his partners. We're a team, and true teams always stick together. Jaff glared at him, but he wasn't finished yet. In fact, Jaff, if I were you, I'd be concerned about trying to break us up and more worry about your own team. You know Riz has been going behind your back this whole time? Jaff's eyes bulged, and he spun around to face her. You what? Oh, so you didn't know then? Mario chuckled. Yes, it's true. Riz spat at Jaff. I've been using the hostages for my own plans. You are a fool to just leave them up here and do nothing with them. I was at least smart enough to use them against Mario. And he beat you! He beat us! All because of you! Don't blame this on me. This is all your plan. Oh great, this again. Pell groaned as Jaff and Riz suddenly threw themselves at each other and flew into a fist fight. We should probably just leave. King Shroud ain't gonna be happy about this. No, sir. Nob sighed as he and Pell both surrounded themselves in smoke and vanished. Saw and Bell glanced warily at each other and did the same. Finally, Jaff and Riz broke apart and realized, to their confusion, their teammates were gone. They glanced nervously at Mario and the others, glaring at them, and were finally forced to face the fact that they had better run before it was too late. Dark Striders! Retreat! Retreat! Jaff shouted as the two of them shoved their way past Mario's team and went charging back down the stairs. From the lower floors, Mario could hear dozens of panicked voices as an uncountable sum of Dark Striders went fleeing down to the bottom floor and out of the hotel as fast as they could. Well, good riddance, Mario muttered as the vacationers all got to their feet, looking very relieved and happy to be free at last. My precious hotel! I'm ruined! The manager sobbed before Lucille gave him an impatient shove in the side. I cannot thank you enough for this, Mr. Mario. You saved the Seashell Hotel from an unspeakable fate, and I do believe you saved our games as well. You are a true hero, sir. Mario smiled. Well, I'm glad I do everything I can. Ferdinand, that was the singular most bodacious thing ever! Brody cheered as he and the other bumpty boarders eagerly rushed over to Ferdinand. You totally wailed on that gnarly blue dude. You saved us all, man. That's why you're our leader, Verdi. You never let us down, man, Nico agreed. Ferdinand just grinned at them. Of course not, dudes. How could I ever let down a group of as all-around righteous as the Bumpty Boarders? Bumpty Boarders forever! They all cheered, getting a bunch of stares from the other vacationers. Mario grinned. Yep, everything's definitely back to normal, he said to himself. Then suddenly, he was distracted by a very familiar glow out of the corner of his eye. Oh, well, not quite everything. Now that all the smoke was gone, Mario finally noticed what the Dark Ogre had left behind in its place and had vanished. It was the Sun Soul, floating a few feet off the ground and glowing fiercely. This one was colored a deep, rich blue with a hint of purple, the same color as the sky that was not quite day and not quite night. His partners all noticed it too, though Ferdinand noticed it last of all. He turned away from his fans and stared at it as it floated over to him, stopping right in front of him. Whoa, trippy man, he said, looking mesmerized. Mario dude, is this a sun thing, right? What's it doing chilling out over here? Mario put on a smile. Well, Ferdinand, you remember how we've been looking for the Sun Souls and the Guardians, right? He said. Well, you're never going to guess who the Guardian is that we've been looking for. Ferdinand stared at him, blinking slowly several times before it finally seemed to dawn on him. Dude, no way. He slowly reached out and took the Sun Soul in his flippers, and it glowed even more brightly in response. No way. What? Who? Who is it? Cried Brody. Dude, I think it's Ferdy, Kane muttered to him. Ferdinand was, for once, completely dumbfounded. Finally, he turned back to Mario with an unsure look on his face. Mario dude, you sure about this, man? I mean, you don't think those Guardian dudes messed up, do you? Oh, honey, there's no messing up something like this, Maisie laughed. You were chosen for a reason, just like the rest of us. Didn't I tell you? You do belong on this team, said Mario, looking equally amused. Even if you didn't realize it, you're better than you think you are, Ferdinand. You proved that just now. The other partners all beamed and nodded encouragingly, but Ferdinand still looked uncertain. Was he really meant to be a guardian? Was he really supposed to fight alongside Mario to save the world? Mario was a hero, but he was just a regular guy who took life as it came. Wasn't he? Oh, come on, Ferdy, don't be shy. Shayla suddenly spoke up, and everyone looked at her. You're gonna be a killer guardian, man. I mean, you're the most stand-up dude we ever met. Totally, man, Nico agreed, nodding excitedly. Everybody knows you're the most righteous bro on the beach. You're always talking about being nice to people and doing the right thing and stuff. We could have not picked a better guardian ourselves, man, Rhodey cheered. Ferdinand stared at his friends as though he couldn't believe what he was hearing. He had no idea what to say in reply, but finally he found the words. Aw, dudes. Mario was sure he could hear his voice shaking. The Bumpty Boarders are the best bros I could ever ask for. He turned to Mario. Mario dude, if you really need me that bad, I got your back 24/7, man. Let's go save the world and stuff. Now that's what I like to hear. Mario cheered, and his partners and the Bumpty Boarders started cheering right along with him. Amidst all the excitement, Ferdinand felt his gaze being drawn back to the Sun Soul, and as he looked at it, he realized that he never wanted to let it out of his sight again. Mario found a Dusk Soul. His star power is now 6. With Ferdinand's help, he can now use his special move, Square One. End of chapter. Mario and his friends infiltrated the prestigious Seashell Hotel in search of the final Sun Soul. The once safe hotel had been turned into a stronghold for the malicious Darkstriders, but Mario successfully defeated the Dark Army and liberated the hotel from its clutches. But most importantly of all, Mario had finally recovered all 6 Sun Souls, and that means the time has come for him to confront King Shroud and rescue the fair Princess Peach. Doesn't it? To be continued. Author's note. So, could you tell I made up about 75% of this chapter as I went along? I hope it turned out alright anyway. Yeah, I think it turned out good. This is kind of supposed to be a fun breather chapter because from here on out, stuff gets real, starting next update. Ooh. Yeah, alright, so that's chapter 6. We still have like the interlude stuff to read, and I think I'll read the post-chapter stuff as well. But first, I'm gonna take a break because that was a lot of reading, and I need to drink something. So, I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. So let's go read the interlude stuff, which seems to be relatively short compared to the other ones, I think. So yeah. Author's notes. It's official. I have the least consistent update schedule ever. The Temple of the Sun. No time. Luigi and Toadsworth couldn't help but notice that Peach was in a much better mood than usual. The two of them had been sitting on the Aeon clock and trying to pass the time, but at that moment she was practically dancing around the room, humming to herself and looking carefree. Princess Peach, I hope you don't mind me asking, but what exactly are you so happy about? Luigi finally asked. I mean, I don't know if you noticed, but we're still trapped in here. Peach turned around and faced him with a big smile. Oh, Luigi, isn't it obvious? Mario's out there looking for the very last Sun Soul right now, don't you remember? She said, and he's found every single one of them so far, which means he's bound to find the last one any time now. Toadsworth nodded and smiled a little himself. Ah, I believe I see where you're going with this, Princess. That's right. Once Mario's found out about finding the last Sun Soul, he's going to come here and rescue us. I just know it. Peach's eyes were shining in excitement. We're finally getting out of here, you two. And then that King Shroud will finally get what's coming to him. Yes. We never did find out what the bloke was keeping you here for, did we? Said Toadsworth, looking thoughtful. Ah well, I suppose that's for the best. But if Mario does find all the Sun Souls, that King Shroud guy is not going to be happy, Luigi suddenly realized, starting to look a little nervous. I sure hope he doesn't take it out on us. Peach didn't look worried. I like to see him try, she said haughtily. Mario's going to come and teach him a lesson. There's not a thing he can... She was suddenly cut off by a tremendous explosion that shook the room. Peach screamed as she, Luigi, and Toadsworth were thrown to the floor, and as quickly as she could, she flipped over to see what was going on. As it turned out, the explosion was nothing more than a violent displacement of air and smoke, as King Shroud suddenly appeared in the room. The violence of it could probably be explained by the fact that he was currently clenching his fists, fuming and looking more dangerous than ever. You, he bellowed, thrusting a finger at Peach. All of you, you've been feeding information to Mario! Peach's eyes widened. Uh-oh. My lord, please have mercy, cried Jaff as he and Riz suddenly appeared behind him, both looking very distraught. We had no way of knowing. We've done everything you've asked of us. The time for mercy is over, Jaff, Shroud roared at him, turning around and blasting him with a bolt of black electricity from his staff. Jaff screamed as he was sent skidding backwards across the floor, and Riz was looking more frightened than happy about that. Peach and the others, of course, were completely terrified at this point. Both of you are complete failures, the Master of Night went on, his voice reaching a dangerous pitch as he glared at the two Dark Striders. Not only did you somehow fail to realize that the princess has been extracting information from us all this time, but Mario completely humiliated you in the Seashell Hotel. What was supposed to be our last stand has become our worst defeat yet. He has all 6 Sun Souls now, you two. Do you realize what this means? Riz lifted her head up timidly. To be fair, my lord, Riz, you're the most at fault of all, Shroud snapped at her, causing her to wince. Our takeover of the Seashell Hotel would have been a success if you just swallowed your pride and cooperated with Jaff, but you insisted on doing things your own way, and your Magic Koopa, the one you insisted was strong enough to guard my treasure, was defeated yet again. He rose up to full height as he glared down at her. You failed me, Riz, and I have no room for failures in this operation. Riz realized too late what he was going to do. She cried out and raised her arms protectively, but was unable to do a thing as he raised his scepter and blasted her with another dark bolt of lightning. She exploded into smoke and disappeared. Oh my goodness, Peach whispered. She, Luigi, and Toadsworth had all stood up and were crowding together in fear. Peach's mind was racing, desperately trying to think of something, anything she could do to get out of here, but the 3 of them were trapped in here. Jaff was staring at the place where Riz had been. My lord, Shroud instantly turned to him. The only reason I have not done the same to you, Jaff, he said in a low voice, is that you seem to have found someone who is worthy of the task at hand. He stomped his scepter into the floor. Bring me King Bowser Koopa. Jaff was too frightened to even say anything. He just stared up at Shroud for a moment before slowly backing away, summoning a cloud of smoke and vanishing out the room. Then Shroud turned his attention back to Peach, and she froze. Well, Princess, You're more clever than I gave you credit for, he said, striding over to the three of them. He sounded calmer now, but every bit as dangerous. So, it's you who has been assisting Mario all this time. Peach met its glare. So what if I was? She snapped. You honestly think I'm gonna let you get away with this? And just so you know, Mario's going to be here any minute, and it's going to make you wish you were never born. Princess, I don't think you should be making him mad, Luigi said quietly, shaking in his overalls. But Shroud doesn't look angry. Instead, he let loose a low, dry chuckle that sent a shiver down Peach's spine. Oh, Princess, all this time, and you still know so very little, he said as though it were a shame. You think Mario's going to save you? He's doomed you. If it just given up like my minions have been advising him to do, you would be safe. I would have no reason to keep you here any longer. Toadsworth frowned deeply. What are you blathering on about now, you great horrid brute? What I'm blathering on about, my bespotted prisoner, is that Peach will not become a legitimate threat to me unless the 6 Sun Souls are found and the 6 new Guardians made aware of their identities. Shroud said impatiently. I kept her safely in prison here in case someone out there tried to do just that. And would you know, Mario insisted on being a hero and interfering with my plans at every turn. He drew closer to Peach, his mouth spreading into a toothy grin. Well, the joke's on him, Princess. He thinks with the Guardians on his side, he's grown powerful enough to stop me. He doesn't know a thing. The look of triumph on his face made Peach begin to shake. No, Princess. The only thing who could stop me now, the only one with the power to do me in, is you. And suddenly, he raised up his scepter and began waving it over his head. Whatever he was doing, the effect was immediate. Peach gasped as all the weight seemed to drain from her body, and she fell to her knees as her head began to spin. Trying to keep from blocking out, on either side of her, Luigi and Toadsworth suddenly did the same, grabbing at their heads and crying out in alarm. What was happening to them? What are you? She gasped, but she was cut off as she, Luigi, and Toadsworth all began to glow, and her vision was completely drowned by a sickly blinding light. And everything came rushing back. Saluna Town, 12 o'clock noon. Oh, this is so exciting! Peach cried happily as she flitted around Rodolfo's living room. Mario will be back here with the last soul any minute now, and then we can finally defeat King Shroud and return Chronoside to normal. Yes, Mario's done more for us than I could ever hope for, Rodolfo agreed, casually dusting his bookshelves to pass the time. He is a true hero. With any luck, he'll lay a beat down on that good-for-nothing Shroud, and this will all be a distant memory before long. Say, Mr. Rodolfo, sir, Luigi spoke up from where he was seated on the couch. You don't know what's going to happen when all 6 Guardians come back, do you? I mean, is it going to be something big and flashy? I'm afraid I can't answer that, Rodolfo sighed, leaning against a bookshelf. This sort of thing has never happened before, after all. We're part of history in the making. But whatever happens, I'm certain that... Oh! Peach suddenly started moaning. Rodolfo turned around in alarm and saw her grabbing at her head, then at her sides before falling to her knees, knocking over a chair. Princess, what's wrong? Something's happening to... I can't... She choked out through pained eyes, and then suddenly whatever was affecting her started affecting Luigi and Toadsworth as well. They both started groaning and swaying on their feet, and finally they both dropped to the floor, gasping and panting in rising panic, as something indescribable overcame them. Rodolfo backed into the bookshelf in a panic, causing it to shake. What's going on here? Princess Peach! Rodolfo, Peach managed to force out, looking terrified and helpless. Please, you have to... She didn't get to finish before she, Luigi, and Toadsworth all started to glow, and then there was a blinding flash that lit up the room. Rodolfo cried out and threw his arm over his eyes. When the light started darting away, he ever so cautiously lowered it and stared, afraid of what he was about to see. His blood froze. Luigi and Toadsworth were still there, lying splayed on the floor with their eyes half open, groaning and looking about to pass out. But Peach, she had vanished. Princess! Rodolfo cried. He frantically looked around the room, then raced around every corner of his house looking for her before finally throwing the door open and climbing into the street. Princess Peach! Where are you? Princess! He received no answer, and as it all began to sink in, he felt his hand slide off the doorknob and drop to his side as he stared off at nothing. Princess Peach was gone. Bored, so bored. Bowser droned as he warily stomped through the town, not even paying attention to the occasional passerby who would scream and run in the opposite direction at the sight of him. Ugh, this is pointless. It's no use, he finally groaned, coming to a stop in the middle of the street. Who am I kidding? Those blue freaks aren't coming back for me. He let out an annoyed growl at the memory of them, but he was too tired to be upset for long. Man, I can't believe it. This whole trip was nothing but a waste of time, he griped. I've got nothing to show for it. No princess, no Mario, and where the heck is Cammy anyway? I'm cutting her paycheck if we ever make it out of here. He was about to go stomping off somewhere else when he suddenly jerked to a stop at the sound of a very familiar voice. He whipped around and stared. He suddenly heard several voices, and they were all coming from inside a narrow little plaster white house on the other side of the cobblestone street. And there was one voice he recognized beyond any doubt. Princess Peach! There you are! He cried in joy, preparing to stomp over to the house, and came bursting in through the wall. Finally, he had found Peach. If she'd been in this town this whole time, maybe this had all been worth it after all. As he got closer, though, he cautiously drew to a stop with a concerned look on his face. Peach was in there all right, but all of a sudden she sounded frightened, or in pain. It sounded like something awful was happening to her. Peach? He gasped, but before he could do a thing, there suddenly came a brilliant flash from inside the house, lighting up the windows and momentarily blinding Bowser. Whoa! He cried, shielding his eyes before cautiously opening them again and staring. What the heck's going on in there? King Bowser. Bowser snapped to attention and turned around, finding him staring down at the very familiar Darkstrider. Oh, it's you, he growled at Jaff. So you finally remember me, huh? Well, listen up, Hill. I'm in the middle of something very important right now. King Bowser, I have good news for you, Jaff said shortly, ignoring Bowser's complaints as usual. Unfortunately, our last maneuver against Mario proved to be less than successful, which means you are now the only one standing in between him and our Lord's defeat. King Shroud has asked me to bring him to him in preparation to battle Mario. Bowser's eyes grew wide. Really? You actually mean it this time? Then the excited look suddenly fell from his face. But what about Princess Peach? He glanced back over at the house. I've been looking all over for her and I just found her. Can you just give me a minute to... You're looking for Princess Peach? Jaff repeated with an incredulous look on his face. King Bowser, I think there has been a misunderstanding. Princess Peach belongs to King Shroud, not you. Bowser blinked. What the heck are you talking about? You mean you guys captured a princess? He frowned. But that's not fair. She's mine. I was just about to kidnap her fair and square. I'm sorry, King Bowser, but there is a very specific way things work around here. Bowser glanced threateningly at him, but he didn't flinch. But before you start complaining, let me remind you, you do not have a say in things anymore. Bowser suddenly felt a chilling sensation on his wrist. He looked down at Double Take, staring at his hand with terror in his eyes, the place where Jaff had grabbed him by the wrist, before he had suddenly began turning the color of shadow. You are a servant of King Shroud now. Before Bowser could protest, he suddenly found himself enveloped by a plume of black smoke that came rising up from the ground, twisting and billowing around him. He cried out in fear, trying to wave the smoke away, only to feel the temperature around him plummet and the world around him start to spin, until the darkness was all there was. When the smoke cleared, Bowser and Jaff were gone. Oh my god, there's a lot going on in this interlude. The Temple of the Sun. No time. Peach blaringly opened her eyes. She was vaguely aware that she was lying on the floor in the Temple of the Sun, with King Shroud towering over her and grinning in wicked triumph. Wait! How did she know that? She had never been here before. Just a minute ago, she'd been in Rodolfo's house with Luigi and Toadsworth. Where were they? She'd been where? No, she'd been here this whole time, hadn't she? She's been sneaking around trying to learn where the Sun Souls were so she could help Mario. No, she's seen Mario. She's spoken to him at least half a dozen times. He would stop by now and she'll tell him where the Sun Souls were. But how has she known where they were? She found out here. But how could she have been here if she was over there? She couldn't. Oh, she cried, curling up on the ground and clutching her spinning head. She felt ready to throw up, or faint, or both. She was afraid the whole world would drop out from underneath her. Her mind was a mess. Everything was a blur. She had no idea what was going on, and if she could just get her head together. it was no use. She had 2 sets of memories rolling around in her head. How are you feeling, princess? Shroud sneered down at her. Though in the midst of all of her confusion, Peach was finally able to register one thing, and that was how completely helpless she was right now. I took the liberty of repairing your broken self, seeing as how you would hardly be any use to me otherwise, he went on. And I did the same to your friends, though obviously they're not here anymore. Clearly it was a mistake to have them here in the first place, seeing how the 3 of you thought it was wise to go sneaking around and sticking your noses where they don't belong. What do you... Peach slowly forced herself into a sitting position. What do you want with me? Why am I here? Her voice was so breathy and strained, it was practically a squeak. Shroud gave a light chuckle. And you still haven't figured it out, he said. You must realize what you are by now. A princess of legend. A maiden whose fairness has no equal. It could be no one but you. What are you talking about? She shrilled. As I have appointed myself the Master of Night, so also must there arise someone to oppose me, he informed her. Even from behind his hair, she could feel his eyes boring into her soul. Day and night must always remain in balance, but that will no longer be an issue once I eliminate you myself. Princess Peach, the Master of Day. Ooh. Author's notes. Any apparent inconsistencies or inaccuracies will be addressed later in the story. Okay. Interesting. Oh boy. That was a chapter. And it took me 3 streams to do this chapter. But yeah, I think I'm gonna be calling off. I'll be calling it this stream off right now. We'll read the post-chapter stuff for next stream when I read through chapter 7. The story is ramping up. I'm intrigued to see where this goes. Sometime later, I will be uploading the VOD on YouTube. I have 3 VODs for this reading, so I'm gonna have to like do some editing and, you know, make it into one video. It's gonna take a long time because I don't know what it is, but my video editing program takes a very long time to render it, like more than a day to render all VODs. So hopefully I can find a way to speed that time up. But yeah, on my YouTube channel you can watch the VODs for my previous readings, and I will be uploading all chapter 6 at some point in the future, probably next year, maybe, I don't know. But yeah, I hope you all have a good rest of your weekend and take care. Boy, I quite enjoyed chapter 6. It was pretty neat. It was a nice breather. But yeah, you all have a good night and take care. See ya.